It's Friday Night Live with your host, your brother Methos, and the Free, and recently escaped from the basement, Hoodies. And now for the car wreck of the show, welcome to the Cross and Fish.
We are live. What's happening, people? What up?
What is up, beautiful people? It's Wolf Brother Methos.
And I am Freak.
And me.
Always. What is going on, y'all?
Sorry, I got some notes for the show. I'm moving around. Hope you guys are doing all right tonight. We got a casual paint and chat tonight. And
Is it though?
I say it is. Because we're filthy
But
casuals.
is it?
we are filthy casuals for faux show.
Speak for yourself. I just took a shower.
Well, I'm sorry. We are filthy casuals except for the pro-competitive Onalicious.
Yes.
There we go.
That works. I'm okay with that.
All right. I'm going to send a few notes to myself. Brother Steve from Who Took My Dice. Have a great night, gents. You and your face should have a great night.
Yes, right. I was
How
going
about
to say,
that?
you have a good night. Yeah. Tell me what to do.
Threaten me with a good time.
Ding.
All right. So, Onalicious, why don't you start us off with our poke chop tonight and tell us what you got? What you've been working on, what you doing tonight?
I have been working on nothing.
Nothing.
What? You lied to me?
I was sidelined by an injury.
Oh, that's
Remember,
fair.
remember I told you guys.
Yep. The neck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you couldn't do anything.
The prognosis was holding your neck at an awkward angle for too long.
And for that, I
Man.
apologize.
I mean, you gotta get that the double twist God somehow, you know.
Wow.
Grapefruit sounds intensifies.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man.
That's terrible.
Gotta
Woo.
get that. Gotta get that race somehow.
Hey, that's fair.
Yep.
Warhammer ain't cheap.
No, it's not.
That's exactly what I said earlier this week.
Actually, you know what? I put in a pre-order with my local game shop. I put in a pre-order for the new Baton stuff. So
Oh, yeah?
yeah, so that work I put in on Tuesday that better pay out.
Oh, man, yeah, right.
Going all in on the new baton, huh?
I mean, I went all in on that on that meeting.
I gotta say, whenever you you never dip your toe into a new army. You are always all the way in.
Oh, boy.
Mhm. And so tonight, I'm actually just gonna. I have the squad of prosecutors for tomorrow's game. They're not painted, so I'm just gonna put them on their bases just so I can at least have them for tomorrow. This Atlas. So Atlas, yeah.
He threw out the gauntlet, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, hold on. I'll I gotta build up. He posted in our chat that he last minute. He's like, I know it's last minute and everything, but would any of you guys want to get a game in on Saturday? I was like, oh, you know what?
He said he's itching for a game.
He was
Yeah.
itching for a game, and you know, I was. By the time I got home, nobody replied back. It had been a couple of hours. I was like, you know what? What time you planning on doing things? He's like, you know what? Why don't you just throw a time frame around? And he's gonna talk to his wife. I was like, how about noon? He's like, all right. And so he said he was gonna bring a competitive list with his Imperial Guard. So I was like, all right.
Yep.
All right.
And he took that personally.
Yep, those were fighting words, weren't they?
I was like, all right, you bring I'll bring my competitive list. His response was like, wait a minute, you want to bring a competitive list before?
I tried telling him, I said, he's only bringing the competitive list because so far nobody can beat you. And he took that personal. He said, oh, somebody want to get competitive with me. He's from New York City. Somebody tries to get competitive with him. There's going to be consequences and repercussions.
He's like, fight me, bitch.
So I was like, all right. You bring a competitive. I'll bring some of my competitive list with the points that we're playing. So I see his list. He's bringing 2 basilisks. I was like, okay. Okay.
Over Messenger, you gave him the tilt. Like, hold up now. Hold up.
It's all.
Man. So you're gonna make him cry? Okay, fine. Okay. What else?
Actually, you know what? Like, jokes aside, I'm a little worried.
Why?
I am a little worried.
Why? Why do you think?
Because Atlas has been the only one that has actually put a dent in my army.
Right.
Like the last game that we played, he killed 2 squads, wiped my bikes, got my shield captain down to 1 wound.
I think Atlas's army is the most likely to be able to do it because it's so much firepower.
Yeah,
it really comes down to a matter of. Yeah, it really comes down to that 50-50. Can you make your 4-up save?
Right.
Yeah.
Because at some point, at one point in your lifetime, it's going to happen. You're going to fail.
Oh, yeah.
And then that's when he's going to eat your lunch.
Actually, you know what? With the Shadow Keepers,
Yeah.
it goes up to 5. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, the 5 is for the wounds. If any wounds go through. I just need to roll a 5.
You get a 5-up invul or feel no pain?
Yeah. Only for Shadow Keepers.
Huh. Are you sure it's 5? Most of the armors got nerfed to a 4-up or 6-up invul.
You know what? That was before the whole FAQ.
I don't know if the feel no pains have changed. If that's the way it is in your book, you know what? Battlescribe tell us.
I know the shield captain. I gave him a relic.
Oh well, yeah. I mean the relics and stuff like that can definitely get you to a 5+.
Yeah.
So yeah, your warlord probably has a 5-up feel no pain.
Yeah, and then there was a note at the bottom saying that was something about an ability that it brought it down to 5 army wide, as long as that character is still on the field. It might have changed it.
Sure is quiet tonight.
Yeah, it is.
Let me check the feed. Make sure that we are even.
Oh, we're live. I'm looking at it.
We are sure. Okay.
I'm one of those 3 people.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Everybody's handling their business today. That's all right.
You probably had enough.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? They probably called Chippendales just to find out if we were really there. I'm just disappointed. I mean, we do take a break every now and then. Don't always dance. I hurt my back, so sorry.
When is the deadline for the October thing?
You win.
What do you mean? What do you mean I win?
Well, first of all, after seeing your skin, I don't even think my best painted,
Wow.
like Gazgul.
I mean, he
or
didn't
my
even
Beast
hesitate.
No,
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 you
seriously.
win.
Boss. No,
Congratulations.
seriously, I think like looking at my Beast Boss, I think my
Yeah.
Beast Boss or my one on bike might be my best.
Yeah.
That skin doesn't even come close to yours. But also today, as of today, my October project shifted to something else.
What could that be there?
Oh, the big chungus.
A big chungus.
Among Us.
Oh man, look at this! Look at this! It's bigger than my head.
No, that's his name now. The big chungus.
Big Chungus. Yes.
So whenever you put him on the field, it's like, all right, the big chungus. is coming out.
Chungus.
All right, shooting phase. I'm going to start with the big chungus.
They'll be like, why though? Why?
just paint the name on one of the side
Oh
panels,
my
or,
God!
like,
Yes.
Make it look like it was like actually painted by a brush, like a
Oh,
paintbrush.
God.
Yeah.
Like big chungus.
Chungus. Wait, you bringing that son of all? You said you weren't going to bring that.
You said it was a Shadow Keeper's relic.
Yeah.
The only Shadow Keeper's relic I'm seeing is the Stasis Oubliette, which makes all other units fight last.
No, that's not a relic. That's a warlord trait.
It says Relics of Terra. There's also the Auric Aquilas and the Castellan's Mark. Let's see, we'll check the Warlord traits. Lockwarden is the Shadow
That's
Keeper
a
specific.
trait. Yeah. Superior creation.
Dark Light Dreamer. Woo! What's up, brother?
What up, baby?
I'm one of the gals. You said so.
And I've been doing the whole Trajan ability wrong. On a 6+, you get a command point back. It's on a 5+ instead.
Nice.
I've been doing that one wrong.
Oh, I'm crying on the inside.
It says here that it's just on your Warlord. Warlord gets a 5-up field no pain. Each time this Warlord would lose a wound on 6, it roll d6 on a 5+. That wound is not lost. I was about to say,
Okay.
I know.
Everybody else has a 6-up except for him. It's a 5+.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Where are you getting the 6-up from?
Aegis of the Emperor.
Let's see. I guess.
So Aegis of the Emperor.
Yep.
That models in this unit have a 4-up invuln save, and each time a model in this unit will lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, roll a d6 on a 6. That wound is not lost.
Okay, so that's not all wounds. That's just from mortal wounds. So like smites and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Gotcha. I thought it was a flat field no pain. That was my
No.
misunderstanding.
No. It. You're right. It is your misunderstanding, my guy.
See, that is
Right.
why I have a basement. That's why the basement has a lock. And I don't know how he continues to pick the damn lock. I don't get it.
Don't ask questions you don't want answers to. Oh wait, that is a question you want to answer.
Woo!
You won't get that answer.
Nice.
Watch Silent Hill, huh?
I love that movie.
Damn.
I need to rewatch it again this year
Oh,
and enjoying the rest of my night.
dude, that's the
That's
way to
awesome,
do
brother.
it. Yeah.
Oh man. What about for you, Freak? What you got for a poke chop this week?
Well, that big chunga bunga.
That big chungus.
I just finished putting that sucker together for you. And
Oh!
don't you drop him.
No, it was
Oh.
my little backdrop.
Oh.
You
I thought you
know?
were gonna say My Little Pony.
My Little Pony.
So, check this out. I'm sure this is something that Freak's particularly proud of.
Yeah!
The barrel spins.
My like it.
Look how big and beefy this boy is. I can't wait to put this on the battle.
Oh, I can.
I was looking at the Forge World website today.
Yeah.
I think this one that we found, what was it? Colts?
Uh-huh. Go 3D.
Is cooler looking than the Forge World version.
Well, I like it.
No, I forgot to send you the Forge World version so you could see.
Oh, I forgot one thing from my hobby.
What's up?
It came in yesterday.
Ooh. Ooh. What is it? What is it?
Oh.
Hold on, I gotta take the top off. The box top, not my.
Wait,
not my
it came in yesterday. Did you
Yeah.
do the October order without me?
I had to. I'm sorry.
Man, why didn't you let me know you were throwing
I'm sorry.
down?
Wow.
Hey, it's still October. We can still make an order.
Man, he ditched me, guys.
I know he's a brat bastard.
Hey. It's
Again.
Still, we're
Again.
October 28th. We have
Me
3
does?
more days.
I hate to say I told you so. I hate to say it. But I'm going to do
I'm all alone.
it.
There's no one here beside
Hey.
me.
Hey, it's still the 28th. We're still in October. We can still make an order. No, it slipped my mind. Sorry.
It's all gravy, baby.
Brat bastard.
I had to use that coupon code or else it was gonna expire, and I was
Man, I checked the mail again today. So somehow the Umbral 6 came to my house, but so far both of my $10 vouchers did not make it to my house.
The what? The what? With what?
Umbral 6, the Vindicare in the statue.
Oh, is that the Warhammer Plus model?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know how this happens.
How did it happen?
So, I signed up in December of last year. Do I get a choice between the last 2 models, or is it going to be the 2 models?
It's got to be the 2 new ones now.
Okay.
And neither of them are super impressive this year.
No.
I mean, if you're an old Hammer person who was around for when the Chaos one originally released, it's probably a great throwback.
Not interested in it.
Yeah, I mean, but for those of us that are newer, you know, we didn't come around. Freak and I didn't come around till 7th.
Yeah.
You came in 8th. I mean, yeah, it's just not a lot of excitement for it, I don't think. And
Yeah,
then the
I
other
just
one,
yeah.
like at least I don't know, both of the Age of Sigmar ones, like, don't get me wrong, the Orc model's an awesome looking Orc model, but it doesn't look different or special than any other War Boss model, I think. Whereas the Umbral 6 was like a really upscaled Vindicare, right? I think the kind of the same thing for the Sorcerer in the Age of Sigmar option for this year's Warhammer Plus, like the
Is it Age of Sigmar? I thought it was 40K. The Sorcerer.
I'm pretty sure it's an Age of Sigmar Sorcerer.
Is it? I may be wrong.
But yeah, but nothing really special about it.
Yeah, I got in full panic mode yesterday on Tuesday when I bought it. So I was like, wait a minute, the new Horus model was announced. They may be coming out soon, and then just continue this one. I need to get it, and then I got it. In my defense, I was in a lot of pain that day when I bought it.
God.
Maybe it's the Mega Dread I'm thinking of. Oh, wow. Okay, there's a size-by-size comparison with the Def Dread.
With
Or was
Big
that
Chungus?
no, that's a Kill Can. Well, with the Forge World version of Big Chungus. Hail Mary, forgive. Oh, actually, I'm looking at it now. Man, it looks a lot like the real deal.
Really?
Surprisingly.
Huh.
And man, next to a Killacan, it is so massive. Which, I mean, we know because... All right, I'm going to send you the Forge World link.
Okay.
You told me think about it. Well, I did. I don't want to feel a thing anymore.
Well, since you gave up, should I finish the model?
Yes.
So, I mean,
Yes.
that kind of takes my.
Oh wow, it looks almost identical. Holy crap!
Yeah, it's very similar.
Yeah, they did a good job with similarities, man. Huh. Whew.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was going to be so close.
Yeah, that's pretty damn close, dude. Wow.
What's the word I'm looking for?
If it killed your motivation, no,
There you go.
I'll finish.
Yeah, it kind of killed my.
Oh.
Well, since you said it's like you win, I give up. That kind of killed my motivation. I was like, I don't even feel like finishing it anymore.
My bad. I'll finish.
Well, no, you already said you give up. I win
What is happening right now?
for the orc challenge,
Okay.
the orc model. Remember, he said like I win, he gives
Right.
up.
Oh yeah.
It kind of kills my because I'm not even done with the model yet.
Oh damn.
It kills my motivation when I actually finish it now.
And then I said, "No, I'm back in." He's like, "No, you already quit."
No, you didn't.
I'm not sure what the I'm not sure what the right answer is here. Okay, we're going to switch back to the Emperor's Chosen. And we're going to go over to my orc list, the Rekkas, so I can show you what the stats on this baby is. Because the Rekka's gonna be a wrecking.
His name is Big Chungus.
Big
No.
chunks among us.
No, the Rekkas is my army name.
Can you rename it to Big Chungus's records? So Methos, why are they called Big Chungus's records? Oh, you'll see.
Exhibit A.
Let's see, I've got the Big Chungus in my army, and you've got the golden balls, right?
What?
I'm listening.
What
Your
golden
your what was it your custodian's name?
These nuts?
Oh, D's nuts. That's
Yeah.
right.
These golden nuts.
D's golden nuts. D's nuts.
Spelled
Got 'em.
EEZNUTZ.
All right. If anyone is interested on what the stats of my Big Chungus is, also let me pull up the chat real quick.
There's nobody there.
You know what? Because let's see.
Yeah, this is a super quiet night.
Mm-hmm.
All by myself.
Down. Okay. Modeling for advantage.
Golden balls sounds like it's my kind of show. I'm sorry, it was golden nuts, not golden balls. So that's my bad.
No, it's D's nuts.
So its stat line, and this is at top profile, is its movement 8, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 5, strength 7, toughness 7, 16 wounds. This is just a dreadnought, not a knight.
Good neat.
It's only 175 points, by the way.
Wow. Pretty good.
5 attacks. I mean, if you think about a knight, that's less than half, since most knights are like 450.
All right.
5 attacks, leadership 9, save 3+. It's got the explodes rule, of course. It's got mega charge. When you roll a charge for this, roll an additional d6 and discard 1. So roll 3, pick the highest. It's got the ramshackle ability that all orc vehicles have, which is so not useful. It's got Rippa Claws. If the bear is equipped with 2 Rippa Claws, each time it fights, make an additional attack. I only have 1. I'm taking the cannon and the claws. It's got the on the at waist. It's got the 2 boom bit cannons.
Yes.
Each of them are a d6 hits, strength 5, 0 AP, 1 damage. It's like a flamer. Every time you shoot with it, it automatically hits the target.
Wow.
Which makes sense because it looks like 2 big shotguns.
No. I don't consent to this.
Yeah. I don't approve.
No means no.
And we are going to crump the sex bot.
Oh, we got another one? Oh, hi.
Yep. We're very popular with sex bots.
Yes.
What are some of your go-to Halloween movies and games? Oh, man. Lily and I play PT every year on Halloween. And that's the Silent Hill PT for people
therapy?
who... Huh?
Physical therapy?
Yes, Silent Hill Physical Therapy.
I can
I think
use
it
a little
stands for
physical therapy. Yeah.
I think it stands for Playable Trailer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come back to this question as soon as I get this profile. The claw is strength 14, minus 3 AP, and its damage is D3 plus 3. And the cannon is called the Kill Cannon. It's a 24-inch range, heavy D6, strength 8, minus 2 AP, which is only going to be minus 1 for Armor of Contempt. And it's 2 damage. So it's actually not that great, but it does have the blast keyword. So if it shoots at any big units, it gets a little boost. So actually, yeah, its cannon is not that impressive, but the claws, if it makes it into combat, it's pretty deadly.
Nice.
Let's see. It can take a Shaka hole and an armor or an ability called Mordaka. Let's see what Mordaka does.
Shaka Hole sounds like a singer.
The rapper Shaka hole. Mordaka. Each time this model shoots, roll a d6 on a 4+. Make an additional attack with each DACA weapon this model is equipped with. Why can I take that as an option? None of the weapons on this are DACA weapons. That seems like a ridiculous option. Let's see what the Shaka Hole does. Besides put out platinum albums. Each time there's an enemy unit selects this model as an attack in the fight phase, to attack in the fight phase. After these attacks have been resolved, roll a d6 on a 4, plus that unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. That seems pretty good, except for the fact that if it's punching stuff with d3 plus 3 damage, I think pretty much whatever it hits is going to die in most cases.
It'll punch its soul, yeah.
Not if you make your impulse saves.
This is true. Actually, those mortal wounds actually might be helpful against being hit by your custodies. Someone's favorite... Darklight referenced the sex spot. He said apparently someone's favorite Halloween movie is Find Love at the Best Dating Site.
What was it again? For science? I'm just saying.
Yeah, can you send me the link?
I'm just gonna investigate it. We are in IT after all.
I've got to check it out.
Yeah, we gotta make sure it's not real phishing or spam. So
I got to check for malware.
Malware, that's it. Malware. Yeah.
Oh,
I've got to open it in a controlled environment.
Controlled. Right.
Right. A controlled substance.
No, not
Marine, my man. How you doing?
Yeah, I gotta, in an isolated room.
Yes. No distractions. Yeah, because I mean, it really is tedious work to
Yeah.
Search the stuff out.
Soundproof room, no windows, all dark.
Yep.
The chair in the middle.
Yep.
Darklight, I think another answer of mine. It's not exactly a game or movie, but every Halloween I make sure to watch a Hollowtail. Zombie Sam's music video that actually got me into his music about Jack from the Jack-o'-lantern what's it called, the Fable, the old wives' tale.
Sleepy Hollow.
No, Jack-o'-lantern is a different story.
Okay. I was thinking of Jack Lantern. That's a different one.
I told you to stop calling me that name.
You know what? You earned it.
So I got this big Chungus all primed up tonight in German Panzer Gray. Still
you already primed it?
Ooh, damn.
Yeah. You know how long I've been excited about this big Chungus?
How long have you had it? How long have you had it for already?
Dude, I just
4 hours.
God. No, wait.
Oh yeah, the old story is Thrifty Jack. It's an old Irish folk tale. Folk tale's the word I was looking for.
Ducktail?
Folk tales. Woo!
Tail, yeah. I think that was part of that investigation for the phishing malware thing. Something about tail. Okay.
So, my lovely lady and I, we've been marathoning the Halloween movies. I think we're up to, not the current line of movies, I think we're up to the remake by the artist
Rob
Zombie, thank you. Yeah, because we've just finished Halloween 6. I think next comes the Rob Zombie movies. But yeah, so out of all of them, and again, I'm taking for granted, I know it's a cheesy series, right? It's horror movies, of course. A lot of the old school ones are the kind of cheese that you either enjoy or you hate, right? And so far, I've enjoyed the cheese.
Can you
But-
stop talking about cheese, please?
Oh yeah, you're still suffering. But 5 was so far is the worst of the franchise I've seen. 5 was horrible. And what's funny is 5 is in my opinion the worst, but at least had a cohesive story. 6 was riddled like Swiss cheese with plot holes. But even though its story made less sense, turned out to be a better movie. I feel like. And it had Ant-Man in it, so, you know. And apparently back then, Paul Rudd used to use his middle name, so he was like Paul something Rudd. I'm like, oh, it's a little extra. But yeah, so we've been enjoying those. I definitely want to break back out the Silent Hill movie though, because I have been enjoying, you know, spooky games and stuff like that.
What?
So, Freak, what you got for your pork chop? Oh, man, I'm so glad you asked.
Man, I was answering a question in the chat.
Well,
I'm the only one who keeps up with the
think
chat.
Methos is even done with his pork chop. He got sidelined.
Well, he asked me for mine, and then it just went...
Did he really?
Yes!
The chat asked us a question, and neither of you responded. So excuse me for not being a rude host on the show, for actually giving a shit about the chat. Jesus.
Hey, what? Don't do
Hey,
pressure at me.
hey,
It wasn't
Freak,
even me.
Hey,
I
Freak.
say it.
Freak, since you don't give a
Hi.
shit about the chat, what did you do for your pork chop?
Well, I'm painting, so I can't look at the chat, but...
I am also painting. And also, I read the question to you guys, so either you don't...
We're
need
zoning,
to read
baby.
it,
Nope, we're just
or
zoning.
You just don't listen to me, which
What?
I understand.
What?
I'm
Actually-
only the co-host on the show. Why would you?
It's like he's trying to say something. It's
was
almost like
actually
he's trying to
waiting
say
for you-
something
I
on
was
me.
actually waiting for you to finish so I could answer, but don't direct your anger towards me, my guy. I'm just an innocent bystander.
No, you're not. You're never an innocent bystander. You're the little guy that's throwing the peanuts at the, at the gorilla and just turns around like, I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Hey, man. I'm trying to be on his good side.
So, I decided instead of, because I was going to paint orcs tonight, and I'm thinking, you know what? My son-in-law's Logan Grimlar was actually sitting in a box that I used to pack up and the big chungus to bring to Methos. I was like, oh, well. So I've always wanted to paint this. Unfortunately, the one that I have is kind of all busted up, so I couldn't paint one for my own. So I'm actually really excited to paint his, and it's actually coming along really well. So pretty excited about that. Old Logan Grimnar and the sled. So pretty stoked about that. Thanks. I love painting wolves, so that's one of the cool things about it. So pretty neat. Aside from that, me and I got the game Generation Zero for Nina Chick, and she's actually been enjoying it. So that's actually been a lot of fun. Yeah, man, it's been pretty cool. Cheers.
He's a little awkward.
He'll tell us that it's the gator. Oh, man. So I'm hoping he likes them. I'm going to do one brown wolf and another one kind of like a timber wolf with the gray white. We'll see. We'll see. Hand all over me.
What you working on over there, Methos?
The Chungus Among Us.
What's that called again?
Ouch.
The Hydra?
The what?
The Hydra?
I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna Hydra. I like inks, man, but boy, do they spray really thin. This bad boy. So tomorrow's a big game, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And how many points you guys are playing?
1750.
1750. And you're taking your Custodes, and he is going to be playing his
Guard.
His guard. Yeah.
His guard.
Oh boy. So you seem a little nervous.
Nah,
Not nervous at all?
just not really nervous. Just waiting to see how it's gonna go.
What does that mean? I mean, sounds like you're nervous.
No, it's exactly what I mean. Want to see how that goes?
You know, we were talking about this offline, is that I was able to hold up or last longer, but that's just me running and hiding, you know. That's just me like, oh God, you know, look, he can't touch us. Oh no, there he is, you know.
Hiding.
Well, trying to, yeah, I forgot, yeah. So, but Atlas is the only one that actually really started putting dent in your stuff, right? In some of your guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's pretty he's a hell of a strategist, man.
Well, yeah, it's just as soon as I got in combat range, that's when it all started falling apart.
Right.
It's just whenever it's in range.
Right.
That's when he can put a dent in. But once I'm in combat range, that's...
So, because he's taking his basilisks, I mean, that's
taking two of them.
Yeah, he's taking two, yeah.
This mother trucker. Taking two of them.
Yeah. I think, I mean, can you blame him, though?
No.
Right? I mean, dude, you gotta have a freaking list, so...
I'm bringing a list.
Yeah. I mean, you got a hell of a list. So how different is that list that you're taking than the one that you played against me and Methos?
Very different.
Is it really? What's different about it?
Pretty much just one more model per squad, and then a new squad of prosecutors. So I've never brought them against our games, and then I took the Blade Champion out just so I can get that extra bike in.
Right.
So that squad of bikes, that's the squad that's in my competitive 2000 point list.
Ooh.
So that's one of them.
Is that like what you would tip?
Same thing with my Custodes guards.
Have you ever taken your Custodes on a competitive tournament? I don't
No,
remember if you have or not.
I was going to at whenever I was going to go to Nova last year.
Yeah, but I thought you did a local thing.
No, I was going to, but I got lazy. I didn't feel like going.
So would you consider
Check that
doing it?
out.
I mean, is that something that's still in the books or what?
Yeah.
Right on. Right on, right on.
So no, I did float the idea around doing like a team.
Yeah.
Like 'cause they do 2-on-2
Yeah.
tournaments.
Commodore says the new leak from Guard Codex says when playing against Freak, you are allowed a free squad of basilisks. No, 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 nope, no, no, no. Me and Basilisk don't get along. We just don't do Basilisk. Oh, he says, so Atlas was singing the Disney song, I'll Show You the World of Hurt. And Oni said no. No, Oni's taking up the challenge, man. Oni's taking up the challenge. The gauntlet was thrown down. Happy Friday, man. And are they Necron Basilisk Kami? I don't know about all that, Homer. Oh.
I did find Atlas's comment funny where he says, "Well, at least since we'll be playing on my house, it will just make it easier to pack up the models."
Oh, he said that?
Table. Yeah, you didn't see it?
No, I missed that part. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that's what I did here when you wiped my ass here. So. Like, oh, great. Let me just put this up. I mean, that's what I did when Methos wiped the floor with me with his Zorks. Like, okay, let me just start putting these guys away. And
Yeah, you had a crazy first turn.
Who did?
Methos in that game.
What, with the orcs?
Yeah, with the copters.
Oh yeah. And that was really unusual because typically the copters don't. I mean, the copters put out a ton of salvos. I mean, they just shoot for days. But I mean, that's what it is. It's a numbers game. You know, you hope that something will land. Well, most of them freaking landed. You know, it's that's what I was telling you. It's like, even though they may not always hit, right? You've got a lower chance of actually hitting or doing any kind of damage. But there's that small percentage that eventually, at some point, it's going to do its job. And they did. They hammered hard, man. And I've never been taken down by copters. Typically, I can just take them down on the first turn. No problem. No, that didn't happen. So yeah, that was a thing. So honestly, I kind of do want a rematch. But like I was talking to Methos today at lunch, I have to do a little more, research and homework on the best ways to run my Imperial Fists, because they're already kind of weak as hell. But honestly, I don't think I gave them a fighting chance. There were some stratagems that I probably could have used and I did not. And things like that. So just to give them a chance, see if there's something that I can actually get done. So yeah.
So I usually go to goonhammer.com whenever I want to learn like tactics and stuff.
Who?
Goonhammer.
Goonhammer?
Yeah.
I have never heard of that. Goonhammer. Yeah, I have never heard of that, man.
Yeah, I have articles on how to optimize your list.
And they do it specifically for the army that you're working on, or?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look into that.
They did one for the baton. What units to take, and what stratagems are good for them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well.
Like they'll list all the stratagems for your army, and then they'll give them like a rating.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And what's not.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something like that. I mean, one thing that that Methos mentioned is that I should actually write this stuff down, you know. And he's right. I need to take a list of the stratagems that I know that I can utilize that are, because there's so many just fluff, and of course I can't use the stratagems that came with my original supplement for my Imperial Fist, because that's no longer any good. But there's still plenty of stratagems for, you know, for Space Marines that I can use. And there are some buffs I can use for Imperial Fist, specifically for like the Warlord and Warlord traits and all that crap. And there were some that I could have used for my Dreadnoughts, and then I did not use them. That's my fault. So yeah, they're gonna go back on the table, and I just gotta do a little more research on them and make sure that I play them right. I mean, you know, it's funny though. Since we've been playing more and more, we've actually gotten a little more competitive on the table. So that's actually a thing. I mean, remember when when I first started, it was like, you know, we were just playing just for fun. But then it was like, holy crap. You know, it really started with Atlas. Because Atlas, you know, started dropping models behind my line. You know, I'm like, what the hell is this? So I started getting a little pissed with that, and so I started kind of learning to counter that, and then Methos started doing it. I'm like, okay. So little things like that, but I've always been behind the 8 ball on it, you know, always been on the defense instead of the offense on that. Always trying to, you know, figure a way to win, but I'm always on the defensive side. So I just need to, you know, like I said, learn a little better strategy on that. Why do I have dog hair on this? So, yeah, everything. I need more black on that. What time are you guys playing tomorrow?
I think we said noon. Yep. Don't go down. Yeah, I think the last time I played was whenever it was your birthday. Whenever we did your birthday thing.
Was it the last time? I thought you guys.
Or it might have been that. Might have been for my birthday.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the time that I went and I pulled up in the wrong area, the wrong house, and I got out of there really quick.
That was last year.
Yeah, and I know you guys met up again, like
For Father's Day.
right.
It's when where Methos took his knights.
Oh yeah. That looks better. I don't know if I want to use. Do a little brown on that. Let's see. Methos there was. Outwork says with Methos, I heard it was Tau Manticores. Mr. Fish says orcs aren't top tier, but for 2 turns they are. Hey man, I gotta be honest with you. That that list that Methos brought against me was pretty freaking ridiculous. And you know he did get some good rolls out on me, that's for sure. But you know, like I explained to them last time, you know, when we actually played, honestly, we had an equal amount of good rolls, bad rolls. It wasn't one-sided. He did bring a damn good list. So that list was not wimpy by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, it was definitely one of those situations where it kind of opened my eyes a little bit, because, like, I mean, he had it down pat. He brought Gaz, and Gaz was doing work, and of course the support that he had for Gaz. No, he definitely put in the work. So my thing is, you know, being able to put a list together that would kind of help counter some of the stuff that he threw at me. You know, that's the main thing. Because yeah, I mean, you say orcs are not at the top of the list. No, they may not be top tier, but they sure are doing pretty well, meta-wise and in the tournament scene. They're doing real well. They're actually close to, I think it was 45% win rate. So they're not too shabby. So, and a lot more people are playing orcs. Elwork says, what's a good primary color for undivided chaos? I don't know. What do you think, Oni?
Whatever color you want it to be.
Yeah. I mean, you do you, boo. This adventures with Mr. Fish says, every time I meet up for a game, I sort all my stat cards into what I can and can't use. Then I put the ones I know I want to use on the top. You know, that's actually a really good idea. My problem is, and I don't want to use this as an excuse. I'm not going to use any excuses, but I just know how I am. My dilemma is that I get overwhelmed easily. So if I see a lot of stuff, I kind of start shutting down. It's just my ADHD or ADD, whatever you want to call it. And so the best thing for me would definitely, you know, get my iPad and write down, like physically write it down, and then have it in a list of the stuff, of the stratagems that I can use or bring to the table. And I think that will kind of help me, you know, be able to say, okay, I can use this for this, I can use this for this, and you know, it'll, and not only that, you know, kind of like what he does, when I write it down, it helps me remember and helps me recall and associate what that stratagem does. So that usually, then, you know, that's my way of learning, is actually write it down. I'm a terrible, I don't learn by hearing. I have to write it down. I have to visually see it.
Plus, by actually using them in games,
yeah,
I remember about them.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that's just. But I mean, for a long time, I wasn't even using stratagems. For a long time, I wasn't even using any of the buffs. I was just kind of okay. But that was just me being lazy. I'll be fair, you know. I'll be honest. I'll tell myself I was just, you know, again, I was just casualing it out, just playing a game with friends. But it got to the point to where, man, I was getting shellacked all the time. Like, you know, screw this. So I started doing a little more work on the list building, as well as you know, trying to be a little more strategic,
yeah,
and smart. You know, which I've learned that. I mean, I don't think I'd say I maced it, but I'm definitely better than what I was. And I'm using stratagems, and I'm burning CP, but I'm also burning CP more on rerolls than I really am at spending the right stratagems, if that makes sense. So, I think that's where I have to actually balance it out. You know, to be able to use burn the CPs for stratagems that will help the entire my entire army or the bulk of it, or a couple units, versus a re-roll for a missed roll. You know what I mean? So it's just again, it's just a balance, and it's just one of the things that I have to figure out. So yeah, I was pretty upset last time I was on, because I was like, man, the Imperial Fists really don't have a whole lot, and they really don't. They're just vanilla, but there are things that I could have done that probably would have helped, and I have no excuse for it. So I'm just gonna try it, just try it again and see how it turns out. I have no big expectations, It's just one of those things. I'm gonna throw something against the wall and see if it sticks, But take a good, decent complement of stratagems and see if those do help out at all. Mr. Fish says, I forgot he plays Goths. Yeah, Gaskell is an unstoppable force. That's almost 50% in tournament is almost exclusively Goths with a splash of shooting. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Man, he brought Gaz, and I'll tell you what. Oh man, and the thing is, you can't waste Gaz. There's only limited amount of wounds that you can take during that phase or during that turn. So yeah, it's like, okay, well, if you don't take him, if you don't waste his wounds at every turn, you guarantee you're not going to kill him. So then that becomes a distraction. So you put in all of your firepower to try to whittle him down at every turn. Meantime, all these other guys are just running circles around you. It's like, So that's definitely that becomes a challenge, right? So, but again, it's just learning. And I don't mind. I don't mind playing against a tough list. I don't mind at all. I don't mind losing. I want to be able to be as competitive, or at least be able to counter some of that stuff. And again, I admit, I think I could have done better. I could have done more. So we'll see. I really do intend to play against that same list and see if things do change. Again, it's all about the dice roll. They could be with you, they could be for you. But knowing how both our dice rolls went during that game, they were, dead even. We had good, we had bad, and it wasn't just one-sided. It was a fair roll-off. It's just bloody hell, man! Freaking those Goths, man! They ate my lunch. 10,000 Suns, literally. Fish says, I literally write down notes for everything before big game days, so definitely feel you on that one, Freak. Yeah, I need to start doing that, man. I can't just rely on my bad memory. I've got terrible memory. I forget what a damn wolf is. Is that a wolf? That happens. So, says, my buddy plays Thousand Suns and was very much the same mentality. Once he studied, quote, his army, he realized he was missing entire sections of rules each game. He got way scary after that. Yeah, I just have to get off my ass. That's what it boils down to. I just and to be fair, I can't really get on that soapbox to say, oh, Imperial Fists suck ass because GW made them that way, without appropriating the right, the right stratagems and the rules, and be as competitive as possible to do it, to be able to be viable. I think if I've done that and then I'm still losing by leaps and bounds, then I think I can say, yeah, screw GW. I hate those guys. But honestly, I don't think it's fair for me to sit here and say, yeah, you know, I got the short end of the stick. I pulled out. It's funny. When was it? So I had to take some time off because I hurt my back. And by the way, I'm doing a little better, guys. But I took some time, you know, and I didn't go to work. It was just I couldn't even move. So I pulled my my codex and I started like, you know what? Screw this. I'm just going to look through these stratagems, and I'm just sitting here and I'm actually talking with my son-in-law, and I was like, you know what? I'm a dumbass. I could have probably used this and this. Now, don't get me wrong. Some of these stratagems are useless. I mean, useless. They're like, when am I going to use that? You know, who used bombardment? You know, who like what that's. But there are a few there that do work that I could have used. I did not. You know, and that's my fault. So again, it's not fair, not reasonable for me to really throw that at GW when I'm not really doing my due diligence. Is that fair? So yeah, you know, it's a come to Jesus moment for me, really. I mean, it all really, honestly, it's. What it boils down to is I didn't like losing. I didn't like losing like that. Not like that. Not like that. But, you know, in retrospect, I think I did learn something. I learned a lesson, and it's like... Don't be sorry. Be better. Oh, yeah. Moral words of Megan. Dartlight says, I wonder if there is a rule, set official, or homebrew that turns 40K into a co-op game instead of a PvP. The thing is, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, GW allows you. I mean, you can pretty much do home rules. You can do whatever you want, and yeah, there are campaigns that you can run. You know, thematic. It's more so thematic than anything else. So yeah,
you're still playing against players, though.
Right. Mr. Fish says the only way to kill Gaz in one turn is if you can do shooting, melee, psyker, and mortals during the charge. Yeah, not impossible, but almost impossible. Yeah, well, okay, so you know, that's funny because I was thinking of that when I was playing them, and it was impossible. It is impossible because my Imperial Fists don't do that. They don't do any. They don't charge. They don't. It's like they hang back and try to shoot as much as possible. That's what they do.
Also, you haven't used your psychic.
And I haven't used my psyker. Exactly. And so it's like, but no, you're right. I think a combination of all of those, absolutely. Again, I can't say shit because I didn't use them all. You know, all I did was panic. You know, is that panic fire. Oh, God, freaking Gaz is absorbing all this firepower. Everybody. And I did. I swear, everybody had. I had my dreadnoughts go after him. I had my my eradicators. Everything that I could throw at him, I tried to throw at Gaz. And I'm thinking, what the hell am I doing? Gaz is sitting there just brushing this stuff off. He's like, what the hell? Just shrugs it off. Oh, man, I was so freaking frustrated. I was like, what the frig? You know, it's like I don't know how to take him down. I have no idea how to put him down. And then while, you know, Gaz is sitting there laughing at me, flipping me off, his other chumps are just mauling my guys, and it was a fiasco. But again, that was my fault. You know, anything that could give you a chance is still a chance. That's just the way it is. You know, honestly, I apologize for bitching because honestly, I had no reason for it. You know, I really was kind of upset because I was like, man, I got shellacked by orcs. Typically, when I play orcs, it's like it's not a big deal. I can usually wipe them, but you know, it really, really helped me to get a different perspective of. Because here's the thing. Methos would consider himself a filthy casual. But there are other players out there that are not filthy casuals, and they just go in there for the win. I don't know if I would ever play with somebody like that, but I mean, still, the fact is that that's the game. You play to win. And yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll develop a list probably even tougher than that. You know, so it's just again, it's not to sit there and create a list to see how I can massacre. I'm not looking for that. I want to create a list that is viable, that would work for my army, and give a little more survivability. You know what I'm saying? Ways that I can counter effect some of the things that he was able to throw at me, if that makes sense. Ethan, Seamus Slow, hey, what's going on, man? I think playing against the list again is good. You have a better idea of what his objectives are this time, so you'll have a better idea of how to play against it. Look at Misa over there playing in the oils. He is, man. He is deep in it. So we did play something different. We didn't play your standard objectives. And I think that's probably part of it. We actually went back 8th edition style. We went back and played data cards. With 7th edition style, right, Methos? So we started drawing. Yeah, it was 8th edition. So we started drawing data cards and then just trying to, do our objectives with that. Oh my God! And so that was another thing too. Like the cards I was getting were like, get. It was one of them, or two cards were something about getting the objectives, but this was already objectives that he was sitting on. Behind the line, and I'm like, okay, that's never gonna happen. And I had got some other like obscure objectives. It was just kind of really goofy. And the ones that he was getting were pretty much, oh, yep, got that, boom, yep, boom, got that, boom, yep, that. Like, okay, so yeah, the cards were definitely not my favor, but yeah, it is what it is. The fish. Megan, come back to the club. You forgot your jacket though. Yes, in the immortal words of Megan. Don't be sorry. Me better at your job. Oh yeah, you were definitely on an uphill battle against Goff with your just shooting. Shoot everyone but guys. Can't be a war boss without a wah. You're right. And you know what though? It's kind of like tunnel vision for me. Here's that big guy coming and starting some shit. So I'm like, you know what? Lock and load on his ass.
You like bring it.
Yeah, I'm like, oh God. And Methos just sat there, quiet, collected, chill. Okay. Are you finished? Yeah, I guess I rolled for everybody. That's okay. Starts his round, and I'm just seeing my guys getting taken off the table. I'm like, what is happening right now? What is happening? And of course, it's just that goddamn tunnel vision. I was going after him. I wanted Gas gone. I felt like he was the biggest threat. So, I don't know. I mean, wouldn't hurt to watch a couple of bat reps too, but they're not that many for Imperial Fists anymore. They're very short. In 7th edition, dude, there were so freaking many. God, one of my favorite was Jay. Man, I wonder if he's still around. I haven't heard or seen anything of him. But and even Valric doesn't even play him anymore. He's what was it? He's playing his Grey Knights. Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm. I don't really watch him.
Yeah, and he likes Guard.
Doesn't he play 30K though?
Yeah, he's playing 30K now. Yeah, he's really into 30K now. That's what a lot of people are doing. They're switching over from 40K to 30K. I mean, I like 40K. It's, not too bad. Excuse me. Yeah, but 4 damage max means he stays on the table all game long. Oh, he sure as hell did. Oh, yeah. It's funny. I think the only time that it didn't happen like that is when he actually met up with Torgaradon. It always happens, right? So, yeah, he showed up and pulled right alongside Torgaradon and just... Torgaradon knocked the piss out of him, but then he came back and he was able to hit him back before he went out. He took him with him. Freaking took him with him, man. Like, you son of a bitch. So, yeah, I mean, Gaz is tough, man. Yeah, I think GW purposely made Marines bad to sell more. What? Horus Heresy. Just a theory. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, honestly, this has been going on for, since I've been playing, since 7th edition. I mean, Marines have been up and down like crazy, and it's more so like the specialty loyalists, the ones that got their own codices, right? So I don't know. I don't know what's the. I don't know. Like I said, I can easily sit here and throw shade at GW all day, but at the end of the day, it's my army. And I can either try to do my best with them or, find another army to play them to be more competitive, right? So it's not, it's not the end of the world. It's just disappointing. I mean, I really would like GW to get us our codex back. Give us our supplements like they did last time in the 8th edition. That was pretty cool. I really enjoyed that. But again, truth be told, I didn't even take advantage of that. So. I like both. I think 30K can be a bit boring visually. SM versus SM, but man, love my Death Guard. Are you playing your Death Guard in 30K? Is that what you're referring to? I know I've heard a lot of people that are really into Death Guard in 30K, and I hear they're pretty nasty.
They're pretty tough.
Yeah. Mr. Fish says, just saying, Xenos ain't going to what? HH? Help me with HH.
Horus Heresy.
Horus Heresy. Okay, I've only heard of people with the field badge on their 40K armies that are joining the Heresy. I mean, I guess for the sake of transparency, I kind of feel bad. I want to do it because I want to play the game. I want to learn to play the game, right? I've got a lot of friends that do play Horus Heresy, and I want to enjoy. I don't mind. I love the models. I love the way they look. But to say, well, I'm going to play Horus Heresy because GW screwed us. I would be disingenuous to say, that is a fair assessment, right? Yeah, I get it. GW has made some decisions on these armies, and some are good and some are bad. But again, if you enjoy the game, you enjoy the game. It's not gonna matter whether it's 40K or 30K. You're just gonna play what you enjoy playing. Now, it stands to reason that if you're playing an army that is absolutely useless, but but you're doing everything. You're doing all your work, right? You're doing your due diligence. You're learning. You're learning your strategies. You're learning your strategies, right? And they're still, they're still sucking ass. Well, then I get it. I understand it. I get that. But unfortunately, I can't comment or shouldn't say or comment otherwise. I can only go off of what the EGW is providing as the data where each one of the legions actually fall in the win rate category, and sadly the majority of them don't even make the 30% win rate, and that's basic starties. But again, there's always little things that you can do to to kind of counter, to get better, and to play smart. Play smart, not hard, I guess. So and that's kind of the motivation that I'm going with. That's where I really want to push, is trying to learn and just play smarter, instead of not being prepared and then panic firing, just trying to save my own ass, and learn to be more in an offensive mode instead of always in a defensive mode. So it's just a learning thing, And again, it's the discipline and writing that stuff down and putting to memory and make sure that I remember that stuff.
Yeah, just go to the website that I told you about.
I'm gonna check it out, man. Can you
break it down for
Can
you.
you send me the link on that when you get a chance, or at least the name? Either way, I'll go and look it up. Ethan says, I'm actually opting out of playing the games anymore. I'm just going to collect and paint. I'm just curious, Ethan. Is that just because you're not crazy about GW, or you just tired of the game, or I'm just curious. It's just I'm kind of, because I'm hearing that a lot from other people, is that especially in 40K, there's like, well, I don't feel like playing anymore. I just like to paint. And don't get me wrong, the hobby's a lot of fun. It's enjoyable, and you get some satisfaction, putting the models together and painting them, and then being able to showcase. But I do enjoy playing the game, So I was just curious, what would be, if you don't mind me asking, the reason for you to kind of scale back a little bit. Probably have $1,000 in rule books, and I get to play maybe every few months at the most. Okay, that's fair. If you're not able to really put in a lot of games like you would like, it's almost like you're spending all that money just to play once or twice a month, maybe if you're lucky. XQ Commander, happy all. Hello all, happy freaking Friday. Happy freaking Friday, man. Tavish says, why eat vanilla when there are so many... Methos actually brought this up. He said, hey, I want to try something, and I'm like, when he says that, I know where he's going. So basically what he proposed is for me to run my Imperial Fist with different rules. I thought about it, but honestly, before I do that, I would rather kind of do my homework, bring something better to the table before I can say, okay, yep, you know what, I give up. I'm done. I can't do anything else with these, right? So before I do that, I really need to invest more of my time and energy on building proper lists, on on doing my work, my homework on them, and playing smart. Otherwise, I think I'd be a little premature in doing exactly that. That's just my a personal opinion. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. And I think that's probably why I haven't really acquired any other armies. I mean, I've got orcs. I got them because I like the way they look. I enjoy playing. I actually enjoy painting green. It's just they're right there. I need a crack. They're right there. I need to get them out of there. So eventually, I'll paint my bad moons.
Those are the yellow ones?
Yeah. I like yellow and black. It's a thing, man. You know.
You gotta branch out.
Well, I hear you. I hear you.
Do you though?
Yeah, I do.
But do you though?
Yeah, I do.
I don't think you do.
Now, it's a matter of opinion. Yeah, I don't know if I want to. I don't know. I don't know if I want to branch out. Holy crap. Oh, man, I almost made a mess. I did not realize I did not close this bottle. Whew. There would have been ink everywhere. Ethan says, it's a lot of GW. I feel like I'm constantly buying rule books that haven't even been properly play tested. Broken rules being released to sell models, etc. Fish says, guys, there's a vision of ancient Oryx. So you could do yellow coughs. Just saying. That's actually funny. I mean, I don't mind. I like bad moons. I got to study up on bad moons. So, I think I want to do those instead. So I hear you, Ethan. I mean, I get it. And you know, you're one of the people that I know actually does the math hammer, and you can kind of, you know, you kind of put it together. And I can understand why you feel that way. And I respect that. For me, I have to at least give it a fighting chance, right? I mean, you know your army, you know how to do your stuff, man. You know exactly what to do. I don't want to badmouth GW. They're obviously making money, so people are happy with their product or practices. It's just not my cup of tea anymore. I do respect you know, your decision. I was just curious, and yeah, and I think before I get to that point, I really need to give it 100%, right? Before I can actually draw that kind of conclusion. So, but I do appreciate, you know, I appreciate your candor on that. So.
So what have you learned from the Codex?
What do you mean?
So you say you started reading up on it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I started looking at some of the stratagems. It's just I have to. Oh shit! Oh God bless it! Oof. Oh, this stupid chair, man. The freaking chair just missed the peg where it locks it and just went back on me. And oh, that hurt. Weak my back. No, I mean it's that there's still some things that I could have done. That's what I've learned. Yeah. You know, there's still some things that I could have done that I could have proactively engaged and at least give a little more trouble. You know, to Methos and or mainly his orcs. So yeah, that is definitely the learning moment. It's like, and before bitching and throwing GW out to the, you know, to the wolves, you know, just be 100% at what I'm doing, and then once I've really given it my all, then I can draw the right conclusion and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, GW sucks, and you know, they've ruined my life and blah blah blah, and I can go ahead and just be where Ethan's at. But I can't honestly say that's where I'm at because I really haven't. I don't think I've realistically
Are,
gotten to that point. So
are you saying that you'd consider going the Ethan route and dropping the game before branching out and trying different rule sets and maybe finding a Legion set of rules or whatever that might suit you better?
no, I'm saying before I even think about, you know.
But you did say earlier you don't want to branch out.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't mind branching out, but I want to give everything, you know, that I can possibly do with my Imperial Fists, okay? Because I really do love the army. I love the Legion. I everything about it, you know, speaks to, you know, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I really do like them. And I just don't think it's fair for me to say GW screwed me over by making my army so weak when I'm not playing them at their full capacity. And I think that's the point I'm trying to make, is that it's not fair for me to make that statement when I haven't really done my due diligence and really, you know, building the you know, building an army list and using the correct and proper buffs and stratagems to make them, you know, to make them worth, you know, playing against. So that's what I'm saying. It's and I think, and again, now once I've concluded that even after I've done all my homework, I've worked my ass off trying to figure it out, got all my stratagems, put together, you know, a proper strategy and a proper list build, you know, and I'm still getting shellacked, you know, then I can say, you know what, let me branch out, and I'm willing to do that. You'll hear it from me right here. I am willing to do that. You know, I'll probably, I hate to say it, I probably have to dunk them, you know. I'll throw them in a drink and I'll paint them whatever else.
I mean, you don't always have to do box art, though.
Yeah.
Imperial Fists can just be a color, you know?
Right. No, I get it. I get it.
That's the only thing separating you from the different Space Marine rules is
I know.
They're all Space Marines with just different colors.
I know. It's just I love the identity. You know, it's about the identity.
Hey, guys, I'm going to have to get off.
You hurt that bad, dude?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Well, hey, man, thanks for hanging out with us, man. I hope you feel better. Yeah, Oni's been having a bad neck, dude. And, yeah, dude, put some ice on it,
It's
man.
just the ankle that when I was painting right now, it's just...
Yep.
It acted it up again.
I don't know what necessarily happened in the basement, but we do know that Freak's back is severely pulled, and Oni's neck is severely pulled. And what we can extrapolate from this...
Absolutely nothing. Hey, Oni, you feel better, my man, and I'm going to get better as well. Much love, brother, and hey, you know what? Don't worry about locking the basement. You can come out when you need it. So get better, dude.
All right, guys.
Seriously, take care, man.
Yeah.
Take care, bro.
Ethan says, still love the models and old lore. I think that's what sold me to the Imperial Fist as well, Ethan, is that I love the lore. I love the story behind, you know, the whole thing, right? It's just for me, it's a bunch of heroes being heroes, you know? It's just my head. Yeah, buy a new army to counter the meta. I hear you, man. I'm not there yet, and I'm not really. I don't mind losing. I really don't.
I think that was sarcasm.
I know it was. Yeah.
We weren't saying buying a new army. We were just saying that a Space Marine of a different color is still a Space Marine.
All right, I get it. I understand that.
But no, I was just reiterating that for
Seamus, yeah. Again, I'm not really concerned about the tournament scene because I will never play tournament. That's just not my style. It's not something I will ever do. I don't like playing pickup games because I don't. Honestly, I'll be honest with you. I don't like being around a lot of people. And I typically play with people that I know or people that Methos knows, and I have a comfort level with that I'm okay with. But to actually go out and just say, "Oh, hey, you want to play me?" I have a hard time with that. It's a social issue for me, and it's one of the things that I struggle with every day. But again, I doesn't matter to me a whole lot of kind of a little bit, right? I do take in some of the some of the frustration of how some of the armies in 40K don't really even meet even par level to some of the other armies that are out there, right? And I understand that, and that's a wider discussion. But for me, I think I'd like to try to give it my all, and then say, okay, yep, I did it, I tried it, been there, I gave it everything 100%. Then I can say, okay, you know what? Let's look at something else, and I am willing to do that. Mini Warmut, I died. Why did you die? What happened?
He was playing Zombicide.
Oh, you died. Sorry to hear that. Rip. Mr. Fish says it makes sense. You want to make sure it's a you thing and not an army thing by playing all the options. Maybe one unit works better than another. Maybe there isn't a proper unit for the job you want. That is an excellent point. I think, and again, considering that I've got units that I haven't played. I still have Terminators that I could have played. I still have Centurions that I could have brought out. I still have, I mean, there's a lot of different mixes and matches, right? There's so many combinations that can be used, to make any army, somewhat formidable. And I understand that. But regardless of how well you build that list, your list is only going to be as good as the stratagems and the tools that you have to be able to make them successful. And then that is where I'm having a trouble with. You see, I don't have a problem list building. I can build a decent list, a competitive list at that. The problem wasn't whether it was competitive or not. I think the problem was that they were being underutilized, and I was not using the proper tools that were allotted to me in order to be able to give some kind of competitive nature to Methos when we're playing together. So that is probably the biggest, that's my biggest frustration. And of course, when I lost to, the whole fact that I lost to Orcs was kind of like, what the hell? I should have been able to walk through that, and caked it right through. And Methos just say, let me just rub your nose in the poop and let's show you how this is done, boy. And I left defeated. I'm like, what? It really sucked. So, anyway, I mean, I've pretty much said my piece on that. Where are we at, man? Since you want to finish, I said, just I feel that with Blood Axes every time, everything about their personality is what I want from the game. Ethan says, I mean, I played Imperial Knights, Chaos Knights before they could secure objectives. I know a little something about playing an army just because you love it. Elstonation, morning, dudes. Morning, man. Mini Warmut, someone give me a reason to buy Kill Team starter set. I've been looking at it every day and just haven't pulled the trigger yet. Easy to learn and play. What do you think? Okay, I mean, you're asking because you have some kind of you feel some kind of way about it, right? You're something that's attracting you. What is attracting you to Kill Teams? Mr. Fish says, as an avid Orc player, Terminators are the bane of our existence. There you go. I mean, again, and if I would use, Storm Shields, holy crap, that would help, right? I mean, you still have the 4-up invol. Again, it's playing smart, not hard. And again, there's a good combination of things that I could have used. So yes, you're absolutely right. I think if I had a decent list with the proper defenses, then to be able to counter some of the stuff that he was throwing at me, absolutely, wholeheartedly.
I still definitely think you should print out some of the Storm Shield Terminators.
Agreed. I totally agreed, and I'm going to try to work on that. Ethan says, Mini Warmat, chances are the terrain that comes with it will cost you as much as the box set. I think that is how the last 2 to 3 were anyway. So basically, free rulebooks and figures with terrain purchases. So really, is that a thing now? Is that just mostly terrain based? Is that what? Is that
the
what I'm
starter?
understanding?
The starter boxes come with terrain sets, and usually the cost of the terrain sets makes up the majority of the price of the box set. So you can really look at it as you're buying terrain and getting the majority of the models and the books and the dice for free.
I see. Yeah, I mean, if that's something that really strikes you, Warmat, the terrain alone is worth it, but in regards to skirmish games, it's one of the best out there. So you're looking for it mainly to do skirmish. So let me ask you something, Mini Warmat. Wouldn't you be able to do something like that? And I'm just asking in general because I don't know, really. I'm ignorant when it comes to that. Wouldn't it be something that you can do with your regular 40K army? Just do a small-scale skirmish. You know? I mean, could that be something that you can do? Mr. Zane, holla! What's going on, man? Been really quiet lately. Haven't seen you in a while. Fish says, played my buddy's Deathwing Terminators in the 2,000-point game. I won in points, but he killed 50 models on my side. I killed 8 on his, and 6 of them were bikers. Yeah. You know, again, it's so funny because I think the first time that Methos played his orcs, he played them very similarly to his Space Wolves. Just want to run them up the board and punch something in the face, and then he's not doing that anymore. And that's always been the strategy that I've always learned to counter. But now it's more so of, you know, proper zoning. You know, putting certain models in certain positions and not exposing them until the right time, you know, and that kind of changed. I had to change on the fly when it comes to playing against them, especially against these freaking orcs. And I've never expected to have. Okay, I always can expect a ton of fire. Always, I get a ton of fire, and I think, what is that thing that you had where the re-rolls of the re-rolls of the re-rolls, and then that re-roll will allow you to re-roll the re-rolls of the re-rolls. There was one instance where I don't know if it was Gaz that was doing it or it was, you know, it was one of your units that just had re-rolls over like twice or 3 times, and it was like just a volley of fire. Remember?
Goff units within 6 inches of Gaz can reroll everything when they attack.
That is it. That's the one. And holy crap.
That's why tournament players, lots of players take Goffs.
By
the way, yeah. I picked Goffs before that happened.
Oh no! I know that. I know you. Yeah.
I was just putting it out there for the chat.
Yeah. Your pick wasn't to be competitive. Your pick was because you liked them, and and they just, man, it was just round after round after round of volleys of fire. It's like, oh my god. And you know, it's the numbers game, right? Eventually, those things are going to eventually land. You might miss a few, but yeah. Brian says, exactly, that is what I'm thinking, Freak. Yeah, I mean, dude, seriously, you could probably save you a couple of bucks just doing a couple skirmish games with just your 40K and enjoy it with some friends. Again, I've never played. I've never played kill teams. I've maybe looked at it for a split minute. Somebody was trying to explain it to me, and I was like, nah. I have I have a hard time enough just remembering what the hell my color of my armies are. So shit like that.
We haven't really played Kill Team since 7th
edition. You're right.
Where it was basically 200-point 40K.
Right. Mm-hmm. Exactly right. Dane says, I know, been super busy, got a break, and editing a stupid MW2 thing now. I remembered it was Friday. MW2, help me out. What is MW2?
Modern Warfare 2, I
Is
believe.
it Modern Warfare 2?
Modern Warfare, yeah.
Okay.
Like Call of Duty.
Spookwagon the Great. Re-roll to a
That's a bit of an exaggeration.
I do exaggerate. Trust me.
You can re-roll all hits with gas of units within 6 inches of hits.
I'm sorry. I do that a lot here. Just one thing you got to learn about me.
The combination that I did to you with blowing up your Sakaran, re-rolling all of Makari's hits to stab with the lucky knife and do the mortal wounds.
Yes.
I did that and finished off one of Atlas's takes. His Chimera. But yeah, it was kind of funny.
with just that guy and
yeah, Makari's got two vehicle kills now.
Yeah, he's on a roll, and that's what I'm talking about. Is just and I do exaggerate, so please don't. I say a lot of dumb shit on this damn channel, so trust me, don't take it for granted.
Yeah, the biggest thing with the rerolls that was the bane of Freak's existence is. There's a goblin named Makari who has a lucky knife, and the special rule is if you roll any 6s to hit, it automatically does D3 mortal wounds. Yeah. It doesn't say you can reroll. I'm sorry, it doesn't say you can reroll all the misses. It just says you can reroll any of your hit rolls.
Right.
And so even the ones that hit, if it wasn't a 6, I just re-rolled all of the dice again. So instead of getting 3 chances to do the mortal wounds, I got 6 chances to do the mortal wounds.
Yeah, and he did. It was.
So this little guy, this tiny goblin, ran up and stabbed a tank to death, and then later
and my Redemptor. Yeah.
Stabbed a. I don't think I killed the. What, did he kill the Redemptor? I think it just.
I don't know if he killed it, but he definitely took him down. He took him down a good bit.
Stabbed a Redemptor. He stabbed a Chimera and blew it up. It was just this little goblin that was doing way more than he should. And this goblin's only like 50 points.
And he's just little. He's that little. He's that little. And the thing that got me so upset is that Methos stuffed him somewhere and I didn't see him. He put him somewhere and I didn't realize he put him underneath the building just to go hide. I'm like, I was looking at him like, why is everything happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? And the whole time, that little rat bastard was sitting in the corner where I couldn't see him underneath that damn building. I'm like, oh.
I told you when I put him in the terrain, I said he's going into this objective.
This guy here. This guy. Don't listen. This guy. This. Yeah. So when he popped them out, they were like, oh, yeah, this guy was still here. I'm like, oh, I'm a dumbass. Oh, I hate my life. So, yeah. Again, learn to play smarter, not dumber. Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of thing you were talking about earlier, trying to get better at, is, working out your strategies and being able to stack special rules like that.
Yeah. Don't worry, I get it. Still, that's insane, especially the facts that he took out at least 2 tanks with a knife, mini slime.
Right?
Pretty much. Pretty freaking much, man. He's... But again,
it's that orc power of belief.
Man.
They believed Makari was so lucky.
Oh my god, dude, he just So yeah, that's a thing, man. So he did But again, it was a good game when it comes to, all the roles and everything were perfect. I'm saying perfect meaning there was a balance. I do have to, I have to give it to you that it's just you played better. That's the only way I can do it. That's the only way I can qualify it, is that you played it better, you played it smarter, and you came prepared, versus me with just getting maybe 1 or 2 stratagems thinking that's what's going to really do it, because that's what's always done it before, but but that's not the case. You know, it's again, being more prepared, being a little more diligent, and just study the army, study the buffs, study the stratagems. I mean, that's funny because one of the things you were always telling me when I first started is you really need to learn your army. You know, you really, really, really need to learn your army. And you were nice about it. You know, you kept telling me, and I wouldn't listen. I was like, oh yeah, yeah. But then I started studying. Okay, all right, let me learn my army. Let me figure out what each one of my models do, and I did that. But it only got so far, you know. So yeah, it's just one of those instances where it would make sense for me to give 100. And you know what's crazy? I don't know how many other people are doing the same thing that I'm doing. You know, and I think like everybody else, I do get tired a little bit of all the extra nonsense that you have to bring, that you have to look up and bring in order to make your army defendable or defensible. When some of them just come with natural buffs, you know, to begin with.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I hear that in 10th edition, instead of like having separate stratagems and stuff like that, it's all going to be on the data sheet, which will make it a little
Yeah, I
easier.
did hear that as well. Yeah. So, I mean, who knows? And of course, I'm sure that's going to open up a whole new can of frustration. So again, for me, I need to just keep it simple. For me, I need to concentrate on me. I need to concentrate on worrying on how to, you know, play my army properly. You know, play them based on, you know, not just how they look, because I love how they look. I love my Imperial Fists. I don't care. Anybody says, love yellow and black, baby. A little bit of red on the patch. That's all fine. But I love their lore. I love their background. I love everything about them. But I need to love them enough to be able to give them a fighting chance, if that makes sense. So, but yeah.
Tesseract Glow is one of the hardest paints to shake up in my paint shakers in the next room. Just separates so much, and it's so thick at the bottom.
They like them thick. So this is so far one of the wolves. Let me see.
Very nice, sweet Marley.
Oh, I'm gonna do the other one more of a timber wolf look, but I've got to put a little more highlights on this one here.
I love that you're doing the two-tone thing, because you know I did the ebony and ivory wolves for my Logan Grimnar.
Yes, that's right. Bring it back over here. Yeah. So I'm curious in the chat, you guys that are playing, how many of you feel a level of frustration with your army? What armies? I mean, I don't know what everyone does play, or what have you played, or what you enjoy playing. But do you feel like you've pretty much given everything you've got? You've learned your rules. You've learned your stratagems. You know your army, you know, in and out, and then play them. You know, where are you guys on that level? Like, do you? I know what Shameless says, but I guess I'm asking: is that a very basic consensus for most, or is just a few that are just saying, oh, you know what, I've done 100% and I don't like it and whatever. You know, I'm just curious. You know, or does it even matter? Does it even matter? You know? Oh, I'm going to be taking some drugs tonight. All right, this is going to be a blue. Hey, you're still working on your tank?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I was telling Methos that his guard are probably my opinion, were probably the most well painted, very aesthetically pleasing army that I've ever seen him paint. Man, some of the stuff that he's been pumping out lately has just been absolutely stunning. Especially the tanks. I think that's what really gets me. Is like I love tanks, and I think you showcased some of those tanks here before, but oh my God, it's just they just look. They're vibrant. They're very vibrant. They're not not static. They're very dynamic. You know. And I love that about your tanks, and they just look really good. I never thought green, you know, and I can't even say it's like a military green, you know. The drugs are bad, okay. Well, it just depends, okay.
It's War Boss green and Wa Flesh. And even though they're orc colors, they were what I was kind of going for with like a version of, you know, what my take on olive drab, but if I were to give it that vibrant kind of airbrush quality.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's kind of like my inspiration was basically, you know, a fantasy meets olive drab kind of inspiration.
Right. And I think that's what really makes them gorgeous is that they have a sense of historical look, but they have that little extra pop, you know. So yeah, that's. And you do showcase them on the TikToks.
Mm-hmm. So far for the Imperial Guard, I've just showcased the Lehman Russes, my Demolisher Lehman Russes. But yeah, I'll be doing some more. Elstonation, how are you, my brother?
Besides saying the drugs are bad, depends now. Just saying. For my bad back, yeah, the drugs are good. I don't usually like to take any strong stuff. So
for his bad back, or when his neck is really sore, when it's Tuesday at the grocery store.
Yes. Oh, too much. I put too much. Bloody hell. All right.
Elston says, 40K rules evolution has frustrated me with trying to keep pace, which is why 30K is a breath of fresh air for me. Every legion is relatively a level playing field. Also, way more access to Space Marine tanks and toys to play with. And he's good.
That's fair. Keep pace with 30K has been massive.
Sorry, I waved at you earlier, Elstonation, but I was holding my breath at the time.
Just painting an Imperial Guard army as a palette cleanser. Really? So what is that, about 5 minutes of that? How does that work? Everybody's painting Guard, man. That's awesome. Imperial Guard. It's cool. I hold my breath while waving else. Okay.
That
Yeah.
sounds awesome, my brother.
Praetorian Guard army that's going to be sold. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I am curious to play Horus Heresy. I'm not sure I'm quite there yet, but I really am. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it as well, but I am definitely not there since I've become obsessed with Guard.
Right, I hear you. Totally hear you on that.
I was talking to one of my friends down at the local game shop, and he asked, how are the Blood Angels coming along?
Oh shoot!
I was like, well, I did the base coats and the shading and the highlights. And he's like, oh, so you're moving on to the details next? And I'm like, and I started an Imperial Guard army. It started with 2 pieces of tank terrain. And now it's like 1,500 points.
Oh.
It started out with a kiss. How did it end up like this? Oh yeah, their reactions definitely seem interesting when I watch 30K battle reports. I think this baby is almost ready.
That's awesome.
What do you think, Freak? You gonna let me launch 4 of these massive babies at you?
Ooh.
And then I don't know if it's gonna show because I have a white background going on right now, but
Oh,
I did some shading on the missile tips, kind of like I do with my white scars.
Yeah. Can you
With
turn
that
them on?
Space Wolves gray.
Can you like face it? Yeah, like that. Oh man. Oh, those so sick. Can you get a little closer to the sides? I'm gonna right there. Yeah, look at this. Look at this stuff. This is what I love about it. I mean, you can see like it's not too much, but it's just the right amount of rust. It's definitely oxidation, like on the bolts and like right in the crevices and the creases or edges of the actual plates. That is pretty badass. Ooh. Really good. Very nice.
After I do the varnish, I'm going to come up back here in this big lens. I'm going to do the red. I just want that one to be glossy, so I'm going to do that last.
Very nice. Yeah. Elstonation said they really make you think about what you're doing because if you shoot a unit, they can shoot you back. So it's quite often you'll lose units in your own turn. Yeah. Just the tips, kitty. Everybody's favorite game, man. I do like that game. Just the tips. Okay. This is actually turning out better than I expected. Dude. Or speaking of tip, I'm getting dry tip. That's fun. Excuse me.
I think next I'm going to do an all-over spray of metallic on this big beastie boy and then go back. Normally I start with all black and then add in the metallics. But with this one, because there's so much to the big skeleton underneath, you know?
Right.
So much of it that's easily exposed but not easy to paint in and reach. I think I'm going to do an all-over spray of metallic and then come back in and block in the black areas and the colored areas.
Okay. What kind of metallic are you going to do? Are you going to do the black metallic,
It'll be like my other orc dreads. It'll be lead belcher and then, you know, some rust effects and streaking grime and stuff like that. And then
oh man,
once I get it nice and rusty, I'll
Elston Nation, look at this behemoth, dude. Can you show it real quick? Yeah, look at this big old thing, man.
a mega dread.
I can't wait to see this sucker painted. This thing is, and no lie, that thing weighs at least a good 1.5 pounds. Yeah, that thing is epic. I can't wait to see that painted. All right.
I did a boo earlier, and I told Oni that I didn't know if I didn't think I was going to finish my War Boss model for the month, just because I was going to focus on this bad boy. And he's like, "Well, that just killed my motivation to finish painting orcs." I'm like, "Oh no, I didn't mean that. I take it back. I'll paint something." He goes, "No, you already quit." I was just excited to paint the behemoth.
Yeah. Oh man, I hope he feels better.
He says, "Oh, that's cool AF. I want one." Mega dreads are beautiful. Yeah, as soon as I saw it, I was like, "Freak, you got to print me one."
Man, I actually enjoyed putting that sucker together. It was a lot of fun.
Although this sucker is heavy.
Yeah, it is.
I think we'd offer to print you one, but I think sending this thing across the pond would be
I mean, they'll hit us with tariffs like crazy. Oh, it weighs about 5 pounds. What?
Also, I think
head.
resin's kind of fragile. It must
Oh.
be Italian.
I mean, it could be done if we send it, you know, not assembled, maybe. Yeah.
Elfson says that the reaction system in 30K really makes you think about what you're doing, because if you shoot a unit, they can use their reaction action to shoot you back. So it's quite often you'll lose units in your own turn.
Oh.
Mr. Fish says, "Oh yeah, if it's solid, it's going to be chonky." Oh yeah. And for added stability, so like if you look on the Forge World website, they just sit flat, you know, on the table. But I went ahead and ordered an Imperial Knight base for it just because it is resin, and I just want the extra structural support, gluing it down firmly to a base, and so that way I can carry it by the base, move around the base.
Yeah.
I wanted specifically a plastic base, like a Games Workshop base, because I want something that's flexible and can take the wear and tear that, you know, hopefully not going to the dread.
Yeah.
I can't wait to play it, though.
Yeah.
It's bigger than my face, and it's only 175 points. And even though it's got a massive chungus for a cannon, it's actually just a kill cannon that goes on top of a battle wagon. It's not very good. And with Armor of Contempt, if you shoot anything with Armor of Contempt, it's only a -1 AP. So it's very likely that whoever it's being shot by is going to make the save.
Mm-hmm.
But its claws D3 plus 3 damage like a Redemptor, so it looks way more imposing than I think its stats reflect, but I still can't wait to put it on the table.
It is scary looking as hell. But then a little different, something a little different. So this is I got to work a little more on the my contrast, but that actually turned out a lot. Oh god, that hurts. Oh, a lot better than I expected.
Very nice.
So this is more of a little gray with a bluish hue. I think it actually turned out pretty good. So I'm going to go back with a little bit of black, tone it down a little bit, and definitely gives it kind of that timber wolf look.
If you're going for timber, even you might want to put a layer of brown before the layer of black.
Yeah. You can see it's not the same color all the way through. It's like you know, so it definitely varies from the mane to the tail to the head. So
very cool.
Yeah. So this is actually turning out a little better than I expected. So I'm gonna try to. But yeah, I like that idea of just bringing a little brown and then bringing a little black to it. Oh. So.
Let's see. While all this dries and cures, actually, I might go ahead and put down.
Did you read this part? I think Elston says, "Oh, that's cool as F. I want one." Mr. Fish says, "Oh yeah, it's all." Yeah, you did say that. Okay, it's cool. I got to fire up the 3D printer again for Christmas presents, so it may hit you up for that file. Yeah, you know, that file we already Methos found it on Cult. So yeah, I mean, throw that to you here. Throw you a link in the personals. And I'll be honest with you, I couldn't. It was very, very easy to print. I had one snafu, but it was just like the shoulder. And once I've positioned it properly and then put the right supports, printed just fine, man. I printed at 0.25, which is pretty damn good. It prints a lot slower, but the resolution is a hell of a lot better. So definitely worth it.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think he's gonna like these. This is gonna look really good. I love the different colored wolves, different style wolves on this.
Yeah, I think doing the two different colors helps it stand out nicely.
Truth be told, I'm actually using a very well-known YouTuber as an example. Brother Rob from the Miniatures Paintbrush has an amazing tutorial on how to build or how to paint Logan Brynmar, and absolutely love what he did with the sleigh. That pod just looks so freaking good. I don't know if I can do it that justice, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Miniatures paintbrush, along with many of our friends, such as Mr. Fish, Elstonation, and a whole bunch of our other friends, can be found in our link tree down below. If you want to check them out, give them a sub. Although I don't know who here would be not sub to Elstonation.
Sure. I mean, and if
he is the chosen.
And if you're not, then don't say anything. Just do it. And, it's not something you admit anyway, right? So just like, oh yeah, no, I'm a sub to him. Of course I am.
And for only $99.99 a month, you can join the Elstonation cult of divine paintership and worship the true painting.
Hail Elstonation!
Right. The Paint Emperor.
This. Hail the Paint Emperor.
Okay, I found it. Actually. Copy and paste. Boom, baby.
Very nice. Oh, goodness. Be right back. I'm going to go hit the restroom real quick.
All right. I just dropped it in our group chat, Elston. We can do some file sharing as I have a silly size file library. Nice. Well, this one is a free file, I believe. So. Yeah. That one is free. It's strange how often I get hailed as an emperor at 5 a.m. Paint Emperor Elstonation. All right, I think what I'm going to do, well, I'm waiting on all the rest of my paint to dry and the oil washes and everything. I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and gloss the top where I want to put on a couple of decals. Still waiting on my beard hair. Okay. Have one of these unmarked bottles as gloss and one of these as acetone, and they look exactly the same in the bottle, and I feel like I should have solved this by now, but right now I have to give it the sniff test every time I open it. That just feels like something that's waiting to bite me in the ass someday. Only to realize that's the version that's watered down. So that may not help as much as I want while doing these decals. A little tip, trick I've been doing lately, if anyone's interested with my decals, just a quick little 5-second tip for you, is to keep my decals from looking way too bright on top of my models, like they don't belong, is after I put my decals on, is I take just a little bit of streaking grime on a brush that's already kind of damp, having dipped it in the spirits and wiped it off, and use that to dab the streaking grime all over the decal, and then after that give it a count of 5 and then immediately wiping it off. So it doesn't really leave it on long enough to really stain it, but kind of like gives it the appearance of rubbing dirt into it, so it doesn't look, like plastic sitting on top of, your actual paint job. It doesn't look out of place and super fake. Yeah, so just a tiny dab of streaking grime. Rub it all over your decal. Immediately take it off. Or as Paul used to say, rub some dirt in it. That's all you got to do, freak. Rub a little dirt in it.
Papa used to tell me to rub a bunch of other different things, and I don't understand what he meant.
We're about to go to a weird place, aren't we?
Yeah, I'll stop. I'll stop. I'll stop now. I'll stop. That's what my boss says. Al takes it to a weird place again. It's weird how my boss actually, my ex-boss, but my boss. Miss him. Good people. Okay. That.
Man, unfortunately, I was driving earlier today, so I couldn't snap a picture for the show. But there was a sign that I actually mentioned Zane having seen. I was like, oh man, too bad I can't take a picture of that, because that would look like a perfect source for our Orphan Fight Club.
What was it? What did it say?
I don't remember. Lily were here, I'd ask her. If you pointed out the sign to me. Oh. It was something like
Orphans Are Us?
it was something like Munchkin Market. That was the name. And I was like, "Oh man!"
Oh, that is
picture of that for as the source for our Orphan Fight Club.
Oh no!
She said you and J.R.R. Martin might have shared ideas. And
Oh God, that is terrible. Munchkin Market.
And in the new series, House of the Dragon, no spoilers, they actually come across an Orphan Fight Club. And so we saw that, and immediately, when we saw that in the show, we immediately thought of, we joke about that with Zane on the show.
Oh my God.
We immediately thought of how we joke about that with Zane.
Right. Wink. Oh, I guess we'll have to feed them, huh? Those kids are...
I mean, not all of them.
Right. Some are nasty.
Competition breeds results. So
true.
We take a dozen orphans. We put out 11 servings of food.
Right.
The way Zane says, the best joke is that we have to water and feed them every other day. And that just makes me think of the Leonardo DiCaprio meme.
God.
Of the way he's just laughing back in his chair like, ah!
Right.
Micro set. Micro set. Okay. Maybe the other one's micro solve. Dabby dab dab dab. Well, damn. Orcadia, Orcadia, bam, 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 bam. The little one just discovered Dad knows how to make paper boats. Nice. And if you can make a paper boat, you can make a paper hat.
This is true.
They're complementary skills. Oh, shit. Don't you
Forget
Oh,
about me.
do it.
Oh. Don't.
So I go back to an 80s song, and then you jump in with another 80s song. This is why we friends.
Oh, yeah, this is good. No, I don't want Marley hair on this.
So the wife wants to get back into WoW when the new expansion comes out. So I may have to shoob on Final Fantasy for a little bit.
That's
But
cool.
I physically cannot do both. I'm not even that good at what I do now. I am currently the charity project that the guild has to carry. I mean, you can deny it all you want. It doesn't make it less true. I'm just playing love, mostly.
Mostly. I'm just playing sword gunner.
I'm just playing for the purposes of avoiding an ass whooping. What'd you say? Nothing.
Not the face, not the face.
Warcraft. Did it, done it, just can't get into it anymore. Same thing over and over. If they get to be too much, you can always donate them to our high-class entertainment stadium. They will be fed occasionally and get some good exercise. Oh, goodness.
Oh. Oh.
Now I've got some decoration with a couple of decals on here.
Very nice.
We've got the shrined skull for the symbol of Cadia, and then we actually have the written word Cadia.
That is so cool.
And looking at it in the mirror, I realized that my symmetry is just a little bit off. Okay. And then we do nothing until it dries, because that is one habit I have, is touching them before they're ready.
Oh, a little dry brushing. There.
There you go. Make it. There you go. Make a yellow exclamation mark and hang it over your head. Go as a quest giver. Brother Heinrich, how you doing, baby?
Stroke it.
Stroke it. Bop it. Those might be two different games, that would think about it.
Depends on the definition of game.
We were just playing a game. So, I now have 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, maybe 15 heavy weapons teams. I was talking with my manager friend at one of the local game stores around here. They were saying, looking at the pictures of the new heavy weapons teams, that the guys take up way more of the base than they used to, and said they look like they're shrinking down to 50 millimeter bases, where they're currently on 60 millimeter bases, same as a dreadnought. Yeah, I'm not going to rebase all of them. Just like with orcs and their 25 millimeter bases, which I actually did rebase all my orcs, but that's not the point. You know, the rule is that if you're not using the current size, you can use the size that it came with when you bought them. And there's no way I'm ripping all these guys off their bases to put them on a smaller base. Touching them before they're ready. I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere.
Oh my god.
Oh, goodness. I suppose that's better than the other way around. I didn't even touch it yet. Oh my god.
I did not hit her.
Oh my god. Lisa, you're tearing me apart.
10
Oh,
points for those that actually know that reference.
Maybe Mini Warmat. He knows.
I'm sure he'll know that one.
Obscure movie.
Oh, yeah.
references.
Especially that one. I did not hit her. I didn't. You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
But 50mm bases will give you more options for deployment. I mean, that's true. The only thing is that with heavy weapons teams, they usually come with what the little base, especially mortars, usually come with tiny legged bases that your heavy weapon sets on. And I'm just not confident how strong those legs would be if I try ripping it off the base, or more, more appropriately cutting them from the base.
Is that expected though? I mean, did they really expect you to?
No. The rule is always if the base size changes, then you can, the preference is that you run the current size, but you can always run the size that they originally
came in. Okay, that makes sense.
And in this case, smaller, and Heinrich is right. Usually, smaller bases give you a lot of advantages. You can fit them in a better. Well, actually, I saw Morty and Glory post something about the bigger base giving you advantage only for if you were Catachan, though, if you wanted to get in combat, because you can. So if I had a combat army, which Guard clearly are not, I mean, but you can get some combat with Catachan.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that the advantage a bigger base gives you is that if you charge something with an infantry team, you only have to be in combat with something that's in a half inch of. You only have to be in half an inch of somebody who is in base-to-base combat, right?
Okay.
And so the thing is, they say center your heavy weapons team on whatever it is you're attacking, and then because you've got a wider base, you can fit more dudes around the heavy weapons team base and get more attacks in, which is kind of cool. Also, because of our conversation with Zane earlier, I saw more options for deployment. At first, I thought it said more orphans for deployment, and I was like, I was quite confused. You could get more orphans for deployment that way. What?
But do they know that?
I think this is dry back here. You know what? I was going to do a bright color for these brake lights. I'm going to do just go up to Mephiston instead of a super bright color. As you pointed out to me, when I did my White Scar bikes and I highlighted the brake lights too highlighted, and you were like, so are you saying that all of the bikes in your White Scars army are currently braking? I was like, oh.
I wish your memory didn't work as well as it did. Because I'm like, say that? Odd.
I don't think you meant anything by it. I think you were just like the logic portion of your brain was like.
So everybody's braking, right? That's. You're slamming all the brakes.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of them getting into cover and using buildings to hide the squishy voice. No, you're absolutely right. I was grasping for straws. I was like, yeah, there are way more advantages, and then my brain just went, oh wait, well there is one advantage. There is one advantage if you take a completely different army than the one that I'm taking.
There's something to be said about people that continue to take something and say, hey, I bet you I can make it look even better. Let me do this. And then it doesn't look better. It just makes it look. Why can't I just stop when I'm ahead?
Ah, it's that too much, Gene.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of glad. See, I don't want you to do too good of a job on these on this Logan Grimnar here, because I don't want to burn my Logan Grimnar. So I need you to do a good job without doing too good of a job. Does that make sense?
Yes. This-
Yeah, if you hear a little voice in your head saying, "Oh man, this looks so awesome," Methos will surely throw away his Logan Grimnar. I want you to stop right there.
Just stop there. Yeah. Cease and desist. I get it.
I'm so glad. Just wrapped up editing and posting that thing and can chill. Nice. I'll make sure to check it out after. Well, after the show, we're doing a hobby hangout, and after that, it'll be super late, so I'll probably check it out in the morning. The little voices in my head tell me not to listen to society and walk nude in the streets while declaring I am the God Emperor of mankind. I think we all have that urge once in a while.
You mean it's not normal?
Except for the naked part. Because, well, I'm Asian, so. But aside from that, I was like, something is missing from this Manticore. And then I realized it's the heavy bolter that goes in the front of the chassis.
Yeah.
So that is probably something I should, paint up before declaring it done and varnishing and putting it away.
You've been really chugging out a lot of models this year.
Actually, this is the least amount I've been chugging out in the last 3 years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How many did you put out last year? I think you got it written down, right?
Well, let's just consult the book. Elson says, I mean, people tell me I'm the emperor really early in the morning. So start the day as you mean to carry on. See, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, so far this year, I am at 67 models, Lisa.
More than I have. Pretty good.
In 2021, I finished with 150 foe.
Damn.
In 2020, I finished with 111. And in 2019, I finished with 92.
So
And-
you were close to the hundreds in the last 2 years prior.
Yeah, and the year before that, I didn't document it, but I think I remember it being something like 86 models.
Damn. Wow.
The 2 years that I broke 100, I'm sure painting orcs had a lot to do with that.
Hmm.
Volume, baby.
Volume indeed.
It's funny. If you ever need more just straight boys, of course, I may change my mind later, but I have like somewhere, I want to say in the neighborhood of like another 10 or 15 boys
Ooh, wow.
that I haven't painted up, just because after adding the 20 Beast Snagga boys, I really like the Beast Snagga boys more than the boys now.
They do good work.
Yeah.
And
Not a lot of people seem to put a lot of stock in the extra, pip of strength that they have.
right.
But I mean, they get and I think for a lot of people, it's because they cost more points wise.
Right.
But for those extra points, you're getting an extra pip of strength. You're getting a 6-up invul save all the time, not just during the WA. Now, granted, most of the time people are going to be shooting small arms fire
Right.
orcs, so
Right.
the invul save isn't super frequent. But I mean, every little bit of extra survivability helps.
See, because I think Oni said he was going to give me some of his boys. I think he had a couple he was going to send me.
Nice.
So, yeah.
And he was going to send you those commandos he was working on, but now that I've made him quit,
He's going to be working on them now. Yeah. Of course.
my bad. I didn't mean to take that from you.
Nah, they wasn't mine to begin with. Not mine until it's in my hand.
I'm not allowed to join conversations where people talk about how many models they paint anymore. The man who regularly
Elston?
breaks the 1,000.
Oh God,
Yep.
yeah.
Although I was pretty proud. One year, I can't remember if it was last year or the year before. I think it was last year. The Chilling Wargamers had the big quiz at the end of the year, and they invited me on. And I answered a question that was worth the most points. And it was, how many models has Ulster Nation painted this year?
Too many. Is that what you answered?
I came the closest.
Really? Well, how many
I think
was
it
that?
was like 1,700.
Oh my God! In 1 year?
Yeah, 1 year. I mean, you've seen the pictures. He paints full tables full of armies.
I know. He's not human. We've come to grips with that. Good Lord. Good Lord, Janice! Done farted in my butthole.
Damn it, Janet. You know what movie the Damn It, Janet comes from?
I do not.
I think it's too far out of your purview. I don't know if you've ever seen it or would ever see it.
What's that?
The Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I've seen it a long time ago. Sadly, I seen it as a kid. And it disturbed the hell out of me.
That explains so much.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 1,267. Ah, my memory was way off. It's a good thing my memory was better at the time.
Yeah, the Rocky Horror.
But I think, and it was like a scaling point. So if the closest person was within, 100 models, it was X amount of points. If they were, and I think I was within 50 models. But he had been doing some pretty frequent vlogs on his, updating his paint progress throughout the year. And I was just kind of like going through my head all the different paint vlog videos, like. Yeah.
Gold love on that one.
Man, I can't wait to shoot these big ass rockets at somebody.
Oh, come here. No, don't do that.
To clarify for our buddies listening in from the CIA, I mean these big ass rockets on these plastic models in a game of tabletop wargaming. Say what?
Johnson, it's a false alarm. Get back in here.
Sir, but they said rockets.
It's okay. I think I know what they're talking about. I think it's still reference to their Chippendales Act. So.
Sir, I don't think
It's the Chippendales Act. Now shut up and sit down and listen.
Sir, are you watching with your pants off again?
No. Go and get me coffee. I need to listen some more.
Sir, what are you doing with your pants now?
Drugs.
Ooh. So I have been obsessed with watching the medical show House. That's kind of what I do. Is I typically wait until shows aren't relevant anymore and then I watch them. Not because I'm a hipster, or unrelated reasons. Actually, when the show was relevant, my brothers Roxas and Darklight Dreamer tried to get me into the show. Or I don't know if they were trying to get me into it, but they were just telling me how much they were really enjoying it. And at the time, it did not interest me whatsoever. And then a couple of weeks ago, YouTube Shorts kept recommending house clips to me. And instead of scrolling past them, one day I started watching. I was like, oh, that was a fun clip. Oh, hey, that was an interesting clip. So finally, enough of their YouTube Shorts kind of came through my feed that I was like, okay, I'm going to give this show a try. And after trying it, not that I have a problem, but I'm on season 5 after 2 weeks. So
not like it's a problem.
I have been a little into the show.
I'll have to check it out. Ooh. Man.
So I was going to chop the big-ass chainsword off of my Sentinel. The big two-legged walker thing that looks like an ATST.
Uh-huh.
I just put it on because it looked cool. And then I tried it in a game, and it was terrible. It was like no AP, +1 strength. No, it was no strength, +1 AP, 1 attack, 1 damage. and it was just, why would you have one attack with 1 AP, 1 damage, flat strength? And so I was like, this is not worth it. So I was going to chop it off and just put a hunter killer missile in its place. Not everybody usually models the hunter killer missile because it's spendable once you use it, usually in your first turn or whatever. It's gone for the rest of the game, just like rhinos and razorbacks and whatnot.
Right.
But I was like, I think I'll chop this off and model on a hunter killer missile.
Did you do that? Is that what you did to it?
No, I waited because the new codex was coming out, and I was wondering, I was like, well, maybe they'll do something to make it more useful, because when they previewed the model several weeks ago, they're like, and you'll actually have a reason to take Sentinel chainswords now. And I think it's okay. It's not amazing. At least it's not amazing for bringing one Sentinel. Now, I have one built-in painted Sentinel, and I have another not built. If I get a third one, it actually might be... Even 2 is a decent reason to bring them, but if I took a squadron of 3, having chainswords on all 3 could be useful.
Right.
Let me just kind of bring up my notes here, so I can tell you a little bit about it.
Tell me about it.
And these are, again, just leaks. This is from a preview version of the codex that the leaks gave to Morty and Glory. And so if this is true or not, a lot of his leaks seem to be pretty accurate. Even Auspex Tactics have been doing kind of shows about Morty and Glory shows. It's that's how much Auspex Tactics seems to be respecting the thoughts on it. But it's going to be 3 attacks now instead of 1, which is already a massive improvement.
Wow.
And I think it's supposed to be AP2 at 1 damage or 2 damage. For some reason, I did not take down the damage. But -2 AP is way better than -1.
Indeed.
And I think they're strength 6 hits. So if you get together strength 6, it might be strength 5, but strength 6. And if you take a squadron of 3, 9 attacks, strength 6, -2 AP. Now I feel like we're doing something with the chainswords. They're not just there to make the model work.
Right.
And even if I just, like right now I only own 2. So even if I just take the 2, and that's 6 strength 6 hits, -2 AP. I mean, that's not bad. That's not going to really have a...
Not going to break the bank, yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to clear, most squads off of objectives. If it's 2 damage, I think it might, but I think it's only 1 damage. But, it might take a few models off of an objective, or if I shoot at something, they could definitely charge in and maybe take some remaining models off of an objective. Or might even just be enough of a threat to keep them from getting wrapped and trapped, like in the game I played against Atlas, where he shut down my last cannon just by wrapping the Sentinel up with Imperial Guard.
Right.
And since it only got 1 attack a turn, 1 squad of 9 guys held up my Sentinel for the rest of the game. It didn't necessarily, they didn't do nothing to the Sentinel, but because there were 9 of them and it only got 1 attack, it was just nobody was going anywhere for the rest of the game. But I think 3 attacks is way more viable and more AP is good.
How far did you get with your game with Atlas?
Which one, the Orcs or the Imperial Guard?
The Imperial Guard.
I think we called it at the end of turn 4, and because we were kind of at a stalemate there.
Right, and then with your Orcs?
The Orcs, we played a full 5 turns.
Very nice.
And actually, that one ended only a 5-point difference. Now, I do want to reiterate that I only won because he took it easy on me and brought a friendly list. No tanks, 1 basilisk. That's it.
Right.
No other major firepower. just mostly infantry and transports.
Hmm.
Now the Tarox has, some shooting weapons. It has autocannons
Right.
and assault cannons, and the Torox Prime. And another sex bot
Really?
that we crumped. Yep. Sexfine.xyz.
Okay. If you need the link for science, go follow it.
I've already blocked it.
Oh, there you go.
Yo band. Or at least I banned them for 300 seconds.
That works. So they're back.
And then we'll hide user on this channel. There we go. So now they're banned and hidden. Oh, I missed a lens. Oh yeah, I missed a lens on purpose because I'm waiting to varnish. Are you dry yet? If I put a little streaking grime on you, will you reactivate and not be good? Okay, I don't know if the lighting is going to play along, but just to show the chat what I was saying for my 2-second tip earlier,
Very nice.
you can see the decal is a super bright white against this model, which otherwise has rust and mud spots and everything. So I'm just going to take just a dollop of streaking grime on the tip of my brush and just dab it on. And I'm not giving 100% coverage. I'm really just dabbing and smearing kind of randomly, rubbing in the dirt a little bit. Doop, doop, doop. Not giving a super thick coat, just tiny bits of dabs on the end of my brush. Rubbing it in. Like Pappy said, rub some dirt in it.
Pappy! Oh, Pappy, if I had a rock, I'd bust you in the head.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay, by leaving a few, giving it kind of just some random dabs and making a little blotch here, will make the dirt more convincing instead of just doing 100% brush. Leave it on for about 10 seconds and then we rub it right off. Because if you leave it on too long, of course, it's going to stain a little stronger. But there we go. Here, it's just dirtied it up enough to look like it's
Right,
blending
like it's
in
part
with the
of it.
paint job.
Yeah.
I think the side of the skull, the skull in the administrative building, I think it could use a second layer. Again, just dab it away again. Rub it off. Just dab. All right. But yeah, that's my secret to making decals look like they're a part of the bottle, not sitting on top of the bottle.
Very nice.
Some people do their decals before they do the entire weathering process, but I like to do mine as part of the paint job, not at the end.
Makes sense. Excellent. Cool.
Yeah, I have a second one of these two that I need to build and paint.
What's that? You got another
The
one of those?
Manticores. Yep.
How many you got total? Just those two?
Of Manticores, just two. Right now I have 2 Demolisher Lehman Russes, 1 Battle Cannon Lehman Russ, 1 Tank Commander Lehman Russ, 2 Chimera, 2 Manticores, 2 Sentinels,
Oh my goodness.
and 60 infantry. Holy crap. Chat, just so everyone knows, there is an amazingly beautiful woman in the hallway right by my hobby area. Wow. I am absolutely speechless. Sorry.
You're sweet.
I was gonna say, man, send a picture. Oh, okay.
Can you will paint to dry faster so that way you can varnish?
I think there's a thing like that.
What if the paint Imperial Destination willed it for me?
Oh, you got
Paint responds to his will.
Yeah, it does. And you need to back away when it happens because might take you out.
Just like you're never supposed to look truly at an angel's true form.
Exactly.
What is it the asshole angel says to Dean? My true form, I have 6 heads and one of them's a lion. And he does the rare with his hands, and one of them's a lion.
My God. Oh my God. I need to go back and watch that. Oh man, I enjoyed watching it. So. Black. That up.
Elson says, I'm clenching my butt cheeks, so give it a minute and it should be good. Perfect.
Told you got to be careful when he does that, though.
Ooh, man.
And you're wondering why, we had an earthquake or.
See, since I'm varnishing it tonight, check the. I have an. Okay, I know this is going to sound silly. I have two. I have 2 Imperial Guard lists on my cell phone right now on Battlescribe. One is my building guard force. how much Imperial Guard do I own, and one is my painted Guard force. How much have I painted?
Oh.
And right now, my problem is I keep running out of heavy support slots, as is typical with Imperial Guard armies. Manticore, 155 points. Come stock with heavy bolter. Pintle mount. Only 5 points for a pintle mount, but for a weapon that, unless I'm playing against you, is going to be sitting out of line of sight.
Right.
There's probably no point in having a heavy stubber or a storm bolter on a weapon that's going to sit in the back all the time. I just realized I sent the stats of the Mega Dread not to you, but to Richard's group. Let me send that to you. Okay, so with the Manticore, I now have 1,448 points painted up. Nice. Oh, you know what? I don't think. Yeah, that's not including any troops because I haven't painted troops yet. That's just tanks. Oh, and 2 assassins.
So the ballistic skill is 5?
Yeah, I mean, that's just orc ballistic skill. When I shoot my mech guns, I get to shoot on a 4+ because goblins.
Right.
We're good, X-Gear, my man. How you doing? Yeah, sorry, that earthquake happened because I farted while clenching. I apologize.
Time a charge roll is made for this unit. Roll an additional d6.
Yep, you're rolling 3d6. Take the 2 highest to get into combat.
Wow. So you just can't miss getting into combat.
Well, I mean, I could roll 3 low numbers, you know.
Yeah. Ramshackle. Each time an attack is allocated as model and the has strength characters of 8 or more, subtract 1 from the damage characters. That one.
Oh man, I Ramshackle makes me a little irritated because it used to work on all weapons that were multi-wound, and now it only works on anything up to strength 7. Do you know anybody who shoots at a bone breaker or anything that's tough with anything less than strength 8? Something that big, you shoot missile launchers, las cannons, you know. What's strength 7? An auto cannon. Almost nobody takes auto cannons.
Right.
There's assault cannons. Those are only damage 1, so it wouldn't help.
Do you have the stats of that cannon?
Yeah, it's on there. It's called the kill cannon. It's at the very bottom profile.
Oh, okay, it was blocked. Okay, yeah. Okay, heavy d6. Nice.
Yeah, it's d6 shots. It's
strength 8. Yeah, minus
strength
8. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's as strong as a rocket launcher, but after Armor of Contempt, it's only going to be -1. So I feel like you're going to make your armor saves most of the time.
Can you re-roll if you have gas with you?
No, Gaz only lets you reroll in combat.
Ah, okay.
So it's going to be d6 shots, but I'm only hitting on 5s. It's strength 8, which is good, but only AP -2, A -1 for Armor of Contempt. So I think at the most, 1 shot's going to get through for only 2 damage every time it shoots.
Right. So really, where it's going to really count is going to be your
in close combat.
Close combat, yeah, with 14 strength at -3.
Yeah.
And getting D3 +3.
Yep.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so its combat is great. I think the same melee profile as a Redemptor Dreadnought. And the flamers are decent. I mean, no AP, strength 5, 1 damage, but hits automatically. So, I mean, that'd be good for clearing out, chaff like Imperial Guard, Eldar.
Right.
That's about it. Other orcs. So I have 1,400 points in just tanks and assassins. So I might take out the 2 assassins. That's 1,200 points in just tanks. And that's not even with the other Sentinel and other Manticore I need to paint up. So I think I'm pretty good on tanks. I do want to get one of the Dorns when they come out. The Dorn does seem pretty cool.
That's a behemoth, man.
Yep. It's a behemoth points-wise, too. I think that's going to be a thing. I think it's going to be hard for me to fit it into a list.
Mm.
Just because it's like 300 points or something like that. Points, the suspected points value is out somewhere.
So my boss sent me a video that he did on his last day at work, and he did that the Dorito challenge, the hot Dorito challenge. He put the whole damn chip in his mouth.
The Dorito or the Pito?
The Dorito,
one chip.
The one chip. Yeah,
okay.
The one ass chip. Yeah, it's not Dorito, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The death chip or whatever. Oh my god, dude! I watched him do that. I'm like, dude, are you freaking serious? Your stomach must be tore up. He goes. At first, I mean, he looked like he was handling it really well. Then you can see it, man. Ooh, dude, he said he was hurting for a while.
You know, Darklight did that recently.
Did he really?
Hmm.
God.
While trying to play Resident Evil 7. He's doing it okay too, although you could definitely tell it was affected him.
Yeah, I mean, that's just crazy.
Yeah, I felt bad for him though, because unfortunately, he was trying to do it for his stream anniversary. And unfortunately was just having technical difficulties.
Oh no!
With while streaming.
So
he was suffering, but yeah, I was having the technical difficulties intermittently. Ooh man, the first print I got of this was pretty good. Although look at these gaps on the second one. Oh, wrong camera. Look at them gaps there.
What is that? Is that for the tag?
Yeah, it's my other Manticore.
Ooh. How they sent it to you?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find it similar to in Cults Methos, and we'll print it.
And I appreciate it, but I've already painted one, and I want the two to look the same.
Okay.
I'll just deal with it. Yeah, there was a small gap the first time, a little sanding came right out, but man, this gap is much wider.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Just tank sounds good to me. Hey, that's what I got this army for. Was pretty much a tank focused army. I just need a few little guys to hold some objectives for me. Execute Commander, alive and kicking. That's good, man. I like autocannons. They look cool. They do look very cool. They are suboptimal in game. Jesus Christ, how many cameras does that phone have? Oh, the Google Pixel 5 on the front and one on the back. 5 on the back, one on the front. That's why I've been doing more videos lately with like the TikToks and stuff. Because when I upgraded my phone, I had the options to upgrade to that or the new iPhone. And I was like, well, what do you think is going to be better for, doing videos and stuff for my YouTube channel and for stuff like that? And that one came highly recommended. Oh, that's right. That's why it's not a big deal. Doesn't matter if they fit super flush or not because the armor plates go on top of this. Yeah, I still haven't gone back to making proper videos, but I've been doing more with like, TikToks and YouTube shorts and stuff like that. And I need to do some more painting streams because I think I've found a pretty decent setup for doing painting streams. So I can do a little more, like some of our brothers, like Raven's Rook, Big Mech Dan Skull. Although he recently left Twitch. He's done with Twitch officially. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, some of our brothers. I would say like the Pickle Jar, but I could never get my quality up to the same kind of quality as our good friend the Pickle Jar. That man's got
talent.
Quality. Yeah, same with Elsa Nation, man. Elsa Nation's quality has been through the roof lately with his video quality. I need to learn some videography and editing and stuff like that to do some of that really cool high quality, high definition stuff. You need to learn like, the professional videoing and stuff like that and professional editing. Man, speaking of which, your editing has come so far, which you can see mostly on his gaming channel, Freak the Gamer, if anybody wants to check that out.
Thank you, man. There it is. Foolish. Boo-doo-doo.
Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. So once you do Logan, how much more you got on your Space Wolves commission, out of curiosity?
I got a few, but I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a break for a minute because I really want to do my orcs. I just want to throw some stuff down on it,
That sounds good.
Yeah, and I think it'd be a lot of fun. I enjoyed painting orcs, man. I really did. So just need
You're
to.
very good at it.
I'm okay. I'm still getting used to it. Like it took me a long time to get yellow at a certain way, and I'm not quite there with the green yet. So freaking Oni just owns that right there. He's got it, and you got it. I mean, you've been hammering it for a while now.
Oh man, mine is nothing compared to Oni's.
Freaking Oni is sick, man.
I don't know if he wants any of it shown, but man, he is doing things like toad spotting and stuff like that on his.
Godly, man.
Oh, it's so detailed.
Yeah, dude,
It's like,
straight up.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I was going for like a cartoony kind of comic booky look on mine.
Right.
But man, I felt, like you always joke about, oh man, I feel like a preschooler with finger paints compared to this painter.
Yeah.
I legit felt that with Odie. I was like, oh man, I am the finger painter.
Yeah, he's intense, man.
Freak, your channel almost sold him on getting the Bigfoot game, but he just picked up the new Call of Duty, so he's going to spend some time on that before getting anything else.
Who's that?
Zane.
Oh, okay. No, man. I enjoy Call of Duty, dude. Absolutely. Have fun with that. That was actually a fun. When I did the Bigfoot thing, that was actually fun. We just decided to see if we can record it. It was so stupid. Every time we get together, me, Nina Chick, and Oni, there's something's gonna happen. Something stupid's gonna happen. Never fails. And I mean stupid means silly. It's like, good lord. I should have put more black. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's good to do that gradually, because once you do that, you can never go back. So, one of the things is, when you buy a 3D printed model, it doesn't come with instructions on how to put it together.
Right.
And so, this Manticore here, I made a few mistakes at first. Swapping around first which way the panel sat on, I thought the ridges went up instead of down.
Oh, man.
And then I had the left, and then, of course, I had to swap panels around the other way.
Oh.
And I felt so silly, but I definitely having that one as the example and the trials I went through with that one is making putting this second one together much faster and smoother.
Oh, good. You won't have to deal with half the setbacks that you encountered with the other one.
Yeah.
Good on you, man.
Also, I was assembled the first one during a conference call, and
yeah, that does help.
it did not have my full 100% attention. How do you make time to paint so often? Conference calls? Because I am a professional BSer. That's all. I mean a professional at my job week. Ooh, man. I need to hit the Mega Millions so I can just hobby full time.
That'd be wonderful.
Oh yeah, but also I suppose that means I need to like buy Mega Millions tickets.
That would be it too. Kind of need money to win money.
Also kind of funny. Remember when we were like, man, we could open up a game store here in the local area where all the Warhammer players are. We know. Oh wait,
Mhm.
we wouldn't want to take business away from the game store we used to frequent every
Mhm.
Friday.
Yep.
I imagine we would be less inhibited to do that nowadays.
You are so right. Hindsight is most definitely 2020, sir. And I think our choices would have been probably
that-
well rewarded.
The mass exodus of people who leave.
Yes. Yeah. Seriously.
Again, not that I personally have a problem with him. He was always nice
No.
to.
Yeah.
He was always nice to me. But,
Yeah, I never
but
had
also,
issues either.
yeah, the way he just abruptly dropped support for the hobby after we brought so much business to his store.
Yeah, it was just wasn't a direction he wanted to go. So, understandable.
Yeah,
His house, his rules. I get it.
yeah. Things change, people change.
Yeah. Problem. Worries.
Hey, if we hadn't gotten I was going to say kicked out, but that's not what happened. If support for the game hadn't withdrawn, we
Mhm.
wouldn't have started up the Friday Night Live show.
This is true. That's the only reason why, because we were doing the show pre-recorded from the game
store, yeah.
Honestly, though, I don't think we would have gotten past our awkwardness, because we were very awkward beginning.
Those first shows were so hard to watch.
Yeah, they were very cringy. Hello, and welcome to the Frost and Fist.
Although I feel like I did get more accustomed to speaking to the camera
Oh yeah.
when we were doing, when I was doing the weekly Wolf Brother Wednesday vlogs.
Oh yeah.
I think that helped. That would have been sad.
What's that?
Even if I'm not. Oh, I said we would have never started the live streams.
Oh yeah.
Zane
yeah,
says
yeah.
that would have been sad. Even if I'm not as active in the chat these days, I still adore the Friday night live streams. I appreciate that. This has become our favorite thing about the channel. Obviously, you can tell we no longer really do it almost any of the other stuffs. We do very few painting videos these days, although Oni has jumped in and helped us with that, which is amazing.
Yeah, and I did get off my ass and put more of those up there.
The showcases are infrequent. They still happen, though.
Right.
The other vlogs and stuff like that we used to do don't really happen. But what has been consistent is we stick with these live streams because it's become our favorite part.
Yes.
Interacting and chatting with the community.
Indeed.
honestly, I miss doing the Saturday streams too. But Saturdays, during the day, I would raid with my raiding guild on Saturdays
Right.
now, which is my entire guild are also like our IRL friends. So, if it was like strangers on the internet, I'd be blowing off. It'd be one thing, but they're my IRL fam.
Right.
And also like Saturdays, and also at the sacrifice of actual raiding time. But Saturdays are often the only days that we can get together and get our game days in, and so it is. It's if it often comes down to, are we going to be able to do the game, or are we going to be able to do a stream? And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of time it's like, well, we got to have a reason that we paint all these miniatures up.
It's true.
And then every once in a while, my daughter was enjoying piano lessons, and she would like to get back to that again at some time.
Aw.
Although she absolutely adores being in choir. Oh, that's big news. I don't know if I told you.
Hmm.
So Lyra had a choir performance or a show called Pop Show
Okay.
this week, and we went to it. The show was amazing. It was good to see her performing, and all her classmates and whatnot did a great job.
Nice.
But we had to meet the boy.
What?
The boy.
This is a Lyra, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I remember. I remember here. I've been hearing about that. Yeah.
And I always imagined this moment would go. Welcome the boy in the home. Weapon is in sub-assemblies on the counter. You clean it while talking about how he will respect my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
But we were on school property. I didn't even have my kunai on me. My kunai were out in the car because school property. And they do.
Right. It's a frowned upon thing, kind of.
Yeah, they do random wandings at the door sometimes. And so to be safe rather than sorry, I left the kunai in the car. And yeah. I mean, he seems like an okay kid, I guess, from, the 2 seconds that we met.
Hey.
Respectful.
Yeah.
Offered to shake my hand. His dad did too. His mother did too. So.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
I mean, but the boy is coming trick-or-treating with us on Halloween.
Oh, good.
And so
Hide the
that's...
body. Yeah.
So that's when I'll have my, gets dropped off so we can go trick-or-treating. I'll have my weapons and sub-assemblies then because I'm taking the weapon out to protect the family during trick-or-treating.
Yeah. Right.
And as a subtle nudge reminder. Whew.
Oh, yeah.
But from now on, I can only refer to him like Kratos in, God of War. The boy! Y'all are in Texas. Weapon checks for adults at school doesn't seem very Texas-y. I mean, that's fair.
So you're gonna ask him what size coffin he wears? No? Too soon? Okay.
Commodore said, "Be careful. Your daughter may tell him your secret weakness." And at first, I thought, he was referencing my knee. And then he goes, in quotation, he goes, "Oh, Mr. Cushionado, what are these cool figures on your shelf? I really like these wolfy-looking ones." And I was like, touche. I was like, well, I suppose that seemed like it worked well for Al and Greg. I don't know if you know, but in our chat, Keegan is Greg's son-in-law. And like, and I'm like, and Freak's painting his son-in-law's army right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Oh man, here we go. Oh yeah, that's gonna. Oh man, I'm excited. I'm gonna take a picture and send it to you.
Or you could take a picture and put it on the stream.
Do that. Let's see. Bring this out real quick. We'll do that. Ah.
Was just thinking about how Oni said earlier that from now on the Dread's name is Big Chungus.
Chungus.
Makes me think of when you're filling in background checks. Have you ever gone by another name before? If so, please provide the name. Big
Chungus.
Oh no, that reminds me of that clip that you sent of the. Okay, now we need to. Thank you for agreeing to this lie detector test as standard policy. To calibrate the machine, please tell a lie.
Guys, read. I love Jersey. I hate Jersey Show. I lied. I watched it. Never missed it. Heard good things. All right. So in order to calibrate that, you need to say something true. I have a 12-inch penis. That's strange. What? Should have gone off. Why? I have a 12-inch penis. There's no way you have that. Well, maybe it's 13. Oh, no, it's 12.
That can't be true. That's like a beef.
I'm really uncomfortable on this line of questioning now. I was like, oh, okay. But there's no way. I mean, it's like, how do you live with a 12-inch penis? Oh, God. Okay, let me take a bite here.
Nope. Why do you care? You care something? No. Hey, no one loves more than I do. Okay, flaming homosexual. I figure they asked me at the door. If you said you were not armed, they would ask you, what's wrong with you? Oh, man. History of the world. What's so funny about biggest dickus?
And it's not me?
My favorite part of that movie is there will be 15 commandments. 10 commandments. I want to know what was written on the other slate. In Cali, we got to pass a test with one of the questions saying that we acknowledge we are more likely to kill ourselves if we own a gun to be able to buy one. It's weird here. That is weird. Here we have to sign something saying that we acknowledge that acknowledge the cases of where children have shot themselves with their parents' firearms or whatever, and that we promised to lock ours up and keep it, in a protected
Stored, right,
place.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's about it.
Okay. All right, guys. Here's a couple picks.
A couple. That's 11, baby.
Well, that's including the wolves. So let's see.
I'm just playing with you.
Well, I'm drugged, so you can take advantage of me very easily. Okay. Okay.
Oh, love those hot spots on the sled. Oh, you've already done the scars too. Nice.
Guess that will work. Okay, there we go. There. One of the wolfies.
They look awesome, brother.
Thanks. I got a lot of work to do. Still a lot more to the detail.
The wolves look great, but I really love your gradients on the sled. You really did a good job with the contrast there.
Thank you, man. One of my puppies there.
She's been sitting at your door so patiently for you.
That's the underside. You can kind of see the gradients of the fur.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
the wolves are okay. Like you said, I really like how this turned out. The sled, but yeah, and then of course once I start to put gold and contrasting it a little bit, man, it's gonna look fantastic. I really can't wait.
Agreed. Really great work, brother.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Oh God, that's so loud. Oh, sorry guys. Forgot to turn that off. There we go. Oh, what you missed. So I turned it over. I forgot to turn off the intro, and the air horns went off too. Like, meh, 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 meh. Like,
Wow. Oh, when you get a chance, can you send me the banner for thanking the patrons? So I can
yeah.
so I can put that in whenever I'm streaming.
Yeah.
Also, it's probably a good time to put that on.
Yep, popping them right now. Let's check off that. There we go.
Fish said it's a funny wake up call. Holy crap! It's almost 12:30. We've just been working away, haven't we?
Yeah, man. Oh, a good time here.
Zane says your work on the sled and the wolves looks sick.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, this has been I really enjoyed doing this. This is the most fun I had in a while. So yeah, this is gonna come out really good. Robert better like this, because if not, I'm just gonna take it.
I was about to say, just give him the same conditions as.
Yep, that Zoni did.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, you don't like it? Oh, that's too bad. I guess it's mine now.
So I feel really productive. I finished the one Manticore, aside from the varnish, and I built another.
Nice.
And you got them side by side.
Nice. Okay. All right. Wow. Damn, that was fast.
And
I didn't
the
realize you already
rockets.
did that.
The rockets are built too, but they're only in 2 parts.
Okay.
And I keep them separate so that way I can, access all the under areas.
Yeah, that definitely deserves a meow 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 meow. Horns. There we go. Nice and loud. Yeah, that was annoying.
I think after the show, I'm going to change the thumbnail and the title of the show for tonight, because we got sidetracked with a bunch of stuff and we never really got into the guard stuff, which is cool. Get it another time. And I think the conversation about the things that frustrated you with your last game with the fists and what you're planning about doing about it going forward and that kind of thing were very fruitful discussions. So
yeah, makes sense.
you gotta keep them separated.
Yeah, you disrespecting me.
Man, I feel like I really liked them back in the day, but these days I can only remember like 3 songs I really liked from them. Obviously,
probably the ones that were on the radio the most, huh?
Yeah, and MTV, because legend says back in the day MTV actually used to play music.
That was back in the day, man. Oof.
But Pretty Fly for a White Guy, obviously.
Yeah.
The Kids Aren't All Right. That one wasn't on the radio, but that one I found on their CD and really loved it. I'm sure I loved it because of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Uh-huh.
And wait, what did I say? Kids Aren't All Right. Pretty Fly for a White Guy. And I started to say, why don't you get a job? But I never really liked that one. Kids Aren't All Right was top tier. That's right, baby. There's another one that I remember liking, and it just... I feel like the music video was them in like some kind of afterlife or something like that. Yeah, now it's going to bother me. I've got to look up a list of Offspring songs.
I used to love listening to those music videos, man. Watch them. They were so hauntingly good. You know, I used to watch this forever, man.
Oh, You're Gonna Go Far, Kid. That's the other one I liked.
And
Self-Esteem's pretty good. Gonna Go Far, Kid. Yeah, that one was really good. Come Out and Play. That was the one that starts with, you gotta keep them separated.
mm-hmm.
I still find myself just upbeat singing Pretty Fly for a White Guy sometimes. Like just out of nowhere. Self-Esteem, yes.
And my sister-in-law loves singing that song.
I know I should say no, but it's kind of hard when she's ready to go.
Yeah, when I host karaoke, that's the one song she goes to.
Hmm.
35 for the white guy. Okay.
Yeah. Also, I really love the Al Yankovic version, "Pretty Fly for a Rabbi." Yes, Fish. Fish and I were
Oh,
like,
that's funny, Jinx.
"Yep." That's hilarious. And all the we can say, "I'm pretty fly for a rabbi."
Man, it's funny. Weird Al Yankovic made so much money spoofing on all these songs, man.
Mecca lecca heim, lecca heidi heidi ho.
Okay, I need to stop because I'm gonna continue, and I'm gonna make a
Our
mistake.
parish.
My head.
Our parish had a fair share of rabbis in the past. Sorry.
Okay. Whew. I got a lot done. Pretty happy about that.
Yeah, this was a productive night.
Yeah. Woo! Bring it. Alright, let's change our music.
What do you think of what I'ma do about my fists? Or even better, what I'ma do about fisting?
I don't know about that one. Maybe,
The fisting one? Yeah.
Yeah, go for that one. Yeah.
That didn't take a lot of convincing.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I mean, honestly, what you can do, like, I don't know, just ideas. Maybe for a thumbnail, just put like me kind of staring at one of my Imperial Fist models, just like contemplating, thinking, meditating, planning. Oh. Whew. Good stuff, man.
Yeah. We got some shit done tonight, man.
Yeah, we did. I couldn't believe how much I actually did on this thing. Oh my god.
You bowled through. Well, bowled through makes it sound like you didn't put any thought into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Probably wind up doing some more tomorrow. I wanna put that gold down. I wanna put the metallics and everything. Anywho, no, it was a good productive night. I got to kind of talk out my thoughts about my Imperial Fist, about my perspective, and probably other people's perspective as well. I mean, I'm sure others have thought the same thing. And I think it's so easy to jump on the bandwagon, where one person says, yeah, screw GW, and everybody's like, oh yeah, well, he said it, I'll say it. Screw GW, It's good to just, figure it out on your own and make sure that that's exactly what, what you want to do. That way, when you do make the decision to say, you know what, I'm done, I'm just gonna take up knitting, at least you gave it your best, you give it 100%. And then you can actually walk away from that feeling that at least you've tried, right? And it is no longer an issue, your issue. It definitely is an issue where GW has failed the community, has failed their, the support, right? So and it is what it is. I think they're at a point right now where they're starting to see it, especially with the way the Legion of Votann came out straight out the gate. I think they saw a smidget of how people are, especially consumers, are not going to tolerate some things, and then others, others being brand loyal will continue to buy and play Warhammer.
The frustrating thing is that there was supposed to be a Space Marine 2.0, and I think we were supposed to get our faction-specific stuff for the vanilla Marines.
Right.
But the CEO, I'm told, canceled all that and told the development team to scrap it to push for 10th edition.
Right.
So, I mean, we can hope that means they'll get better treatment in 10th edition, but it is frustrating knowing that we could have had a Codex supplement Fists or White Scars,
Right.
in our cases, or in Ultramarines, and because they chose to pursue 10th edition instead.
And it all goes down to the dollar, right? People will vote with their dollars. And for me, I'm going to continue to invest in Warhammer until it gets to the point to where it's no longer fun. Because that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be fun. That's why it's a freaking game. If it's no longer enjoyable, then it's not worth investing any money into it. You're going to find something else that you're going to enjoy, and then participate in that. Warhammer for me is still fun. I still enjoy it. I still enjoy the universe of 40K, the 41st millennium. I enjoy the stories. I enjoy all that, and I enjoy the different challenges. Could GW do things a little better, or could I think any company could, or any system could. So I guess right now it's kind of one of the situations we wait and see where the 10th edition is going to, moderate things a little bit, because we honestly thought 8th edition was going to do it.
And I would like to encourage you, and I know you're frustrated now, and I didn't want to push this too hard before, but now that you've had a little time to mellow out, I know you feel frustrated because of the last 2 games, but I would like to remind you that it's only 2 games. That before that, the rest of this year, you've beaten me. And it's just 2 games. It's just, I know they left you feeling powerless, which is why, these games feel worse than the others. But yeah, I mean, prior to that, you've beaten every other game this year.
Right, and again, it also kind of helps me to, in retrospect, kind of dig deep and think about what I was doing and why and all that stuff. So I have to reflect on myself and then be truthful, not just to you or to our community, but to myself. To give the benefit of the doubt. Because like I said, I can easily jump on the same bandwagon. I can go in there and say, yeah, you see, they are the sucky of the meta, and then but not really given the effort as it should. So yeah, I think that's where I'm at right now. And no, I'm fine. I'm at a point where I'm sort of excited now because I'm going to try certain things, and I'm going to give it the right amount of attention as it should. And then if in a couple of games, I'm not gonna base it off of one game. It's gonna be several games, right? We're gonna kill each other, have a lot of fun doing it. And if it looks like it's just looking like crap, and then GW's not really doing much about it, okay, then I can say, all right, you know what, I gave it a shot, And even then, I don't think I would part ways with my fists. I would probably just do a game here and there, and then perhaps play a different faction. But like I said, for now, my fist they're gonna stay right where they are. They're gonna continue to grow. I'm going to continue to change it up, create lists that are viable, and that are somewhat competitive, and that will last longer. Like I said, those storm shields are super important. Would have been great with some Termies. I think that would have been absolutely fantastic, especially Terminators with Power Fists and Storm Shields. The combination would be really good for that.
I think as Imperial Fist, you can only take Thunderhammers and Storm Shields.
Well,
but
Thunderhammers,
still very good.
Yeah, again, agreed. But I think it'll be really, really cool. I mean, that type of melee, contingency, I think would go a long way.
Not just melee, but durability too.
Yeah, it's just one factor that would probably help them last a little longer, maybe even do even more damage than what it normally would.
That is something I have felt a little bit, is that your lists have become a little, aside from the Leviathan Iskaran you added in recently, your lists have become a little stagnant.
Yeah.
Because you haven't done as much painting this year as previous years.
Yeah.
In the previous years where you were relatively constantly cranking out units, you were able to change your lists around a little more often. I painted up this new unit, let's try this.
Yeah.
And because, like I said, you've just had less painting time. You haven't had as much of a chance to, splash in something new.
Right. So yeah, I'll probably fire up the printer and throw some some shields, some storm shields, and maybe.
Do you have more Terminator bodies, or do you need to print some Terminators?
I think I do have some Terminator bodies I can use. So yeah, we'll throw them on there.
You saw how effective, how much firepower my 5 Storm Shield. Terminators,
oh yeah.
They were able to put out some.
They were insane. Yeah. No, they really hold up. So no, yeah, that's something I want to try. So I'll have to look up some good Storm Shields and print them out and get them some power hammers. So do some ass kicking, and again, like I said, do some more research on a good handful of stratagems that I can take that would make them reasonably well. So yeah.
Well, I will aid in your research as much as possible and see. And I'm going to expand to not just a fist, but if I find any good Imperial Fist battle reports or anything, I'll send them over to you. But also just like competitive Space Marine stuff, because they may not be able to, have everything exactly the same, but you'll see what Space Marine vanilla units are, other Space Marine army stations and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, like I said, it's still gonna have fun with it, man. Still love the game, and that's what it's all about.
Sweet. I find myself that I don't love the game, and that's why I have 12 armies. God, I've got problems. Can I inject the GW directly into the veins? You don't got any cash? I got some errands. I don't think I'm gonna make the bank. I've definitely noticed the salt flows more in people with history in the game. I've only played Ninth, so can't compare to the 20 plus years of gaming. I can understand why old Hammer fans aren't so happy. I agree. I find a lot of the people that have a history with the game are often a lot of the saltiest. And sometimes as someone who's only been around for a couple of editions, I have trouble dealing with the salt of the old Hammer fans. Right. Yeah. They have a passion for what they do, and that's great. But when they're unable to accept new things, I sometimes just have frustration. Like, oh, the new scopes are trash, back in my day.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you go back and look, and some of the scopes are pretty good for back in the day, but the new ones, in my opinion, are just so dynamic looking.
Yeah.
And I love this,
great poses. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's just
absolutely.
I appreciate the newer sculpts. And is there anything wrong with the old Hammer? Absolutely not. I wish I was playing in the 90s or whatever, or in 1874. I would love to have been playing back then. But being that I'm only here for a few editions, I love the new stuff that comes out, and I don't have those rose tinted glasses that make me feel partial to the older stuff. I do think they look great. Again, I do wish I was playing back then, but I'm in love with a lot of stuff that's out now.
Agreed.
And nostalgia can be a very powerful tool of positivity, but in the wrong hands, nostalgia can also be venomous.
Be toxic. Yeah.
Yeah. But, anyways, so we were going from a casual painting chat, and we ended up with a lot of deep thoughts tonight, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Let us know what you think. If you guys like tonight's episode, make sure that you grab up an ox that we still need to fix and smash that like button in the name of the Emperor. If you're watching from the archives, please feel free to drop some comments down below, and feel free to be part of any of these ridiculous conversations. And if you guys are not yet subscribed to the channel, then you know that this guy and this guy would love to have you as part of the pack here on the Frost and Fist. So subscribe. Check out our link tree down below for all of the friends of the Frost and Fist, or at least as many as I could remember as I was making our link tree. And until next time, guys, stay frosty. It's good to have you too, Mr. Good to have all of you guys.
Yeah. All the people.